Colombia, elsewhere. Secondarily, we're also deploying a major force package off the coast of Venezuela, in addition to a number of other soft power tactics, to create a maximum pressure situation to bring an end to the Maduro regime in Venezuela. When does it end? And think about, just quickly, before we get into this, think about the current situation in the world. There's an unending war in Ukraine. It's been raging now for over 3 years, 3.5 years. It's a proxy war with Russia. And at any given time, this could blow up into a nuclear war. Ukraine is launching drone attacks inside Russia against their strategic aircraft. We're giving them long-range missile systems to bomb Moscow. We're running out of stockpiles of defensive systems and offensive systems. That's one thing going on. Another thing that's going on is the entire Middle East is a war zone. We're disarming Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're arming Israel in Gaza. We're bombing Iran. The Iraqis are kicking us out. We're bombing the Houthis in Yemen and fighting in the Red Sea. But we're also arming Taiwan. We're preparing for a Chinese invasion of Taiwan, so we're sending them all kinds of military equipment while China does huge military drills in the Pacific. We're fighting in the Horn of Africa. We're trying to prevent a war between Ethiopia and Egypt. We've bombed Somalia more times this year than any other year since 2019, the last time Trump was in office. And in the context of all this, we're sending 4,500 soldiers to Venezuela with destroyers and missile carriers, put a $50 million bounty on the head of Maduro, while we're preparing to invade Mexico. While we're invading Chicago and LA and Baltimore. This was the president of no new wars. This was the president of things would get calmer, more stable. There would be less conflict. Now it seems like did we misread that? Was there a typo? It's the president of unlimited war. Anyway, here's the news on this. That's just a primer. Trump is deploying 4,500 soldiers to Venezuela with destroyers, missile carriers, you name it, submarines, reconnaissance aircraft, drones, it's all there. And we're now declaring a new maximum pressure campaign against Venezuela. Like I said, the administration put a $50 million bounty on the head of Venezuela's president. And the purpose of this is so that there will be regime change. We're hoping that with a $50 million bounty on his head, that elements inside the military or in the regime will cash in on that bounty. There will be a power struggle. They'll betray the leader, kill him, and a more pro-American government will take power. We're deploying force in the region in the hopes that this will instigate a conflict. We are hoping that by maybe facilitating some kind of embargo, by attacking Venezuelan ships or personnel, then maybe they'll strike back and then we can attack Venezuela. That's what that is. And so pursuant to that strategy, this week the administration released footage of them bombing some small vessel with 11 people on it. The administration claims it was a drug smuggling vessel operated by Tren de Agua, which they recently classified as a terrorist group. And so they said there's drugs on it. They didn't attempt to interdict the vessel. There was no effort to force them to surrender. They just killed everybody on board. They filmed it and they released the footage. And this is a story from the New York Times. It says, quote, "The Trump administration declared the start of a new and potentially violent campaign against Venezuelan cartels on Wednesday, defending a deadly U.S. military strike on a boat that officials said was carrying drugs. Even a specialist in the law of war questioned the legality of the attack. The administration said that 11 people were aboard the vessel. It was unclear whether they were given a chance to surrender. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said at a news conference in Mexico City that seizing drug shipments in recent years had not dissuaded cartels and traffickers. What will stop them, he said, is when we blow up and get rid of them. Pentagon officials were still working on Wednesday on what legal authority they would tell the public was used to back up the extraordinary strike in international waters. Congress has not authorized any armed conflict against Tren de Aragua, I've been mispronouncing it, Tren de Aragua, or Venezuela, and several legal experts said they were unaware of any precedent for claiming that a country could invoke self-defense as a basis to target drug trafficking suspects with lethal force. A former senior federal law enforcement official said the attack was a significant change in anti-narcotics operations. First, the official said, Tren de Aragua was not known for handling large shipments of cocaine or fentanyl. Instead, it was known to focus on smuggling what is known as pink cocaine, a psychedelic substance generally made by combining ketamine and MDMA. The former official also said it was unusual to have 11 people manning a vessel that could easily be crewed by 2 or 3, especially since traffickers are always trying to maximize the amount of cargo devoted to carrying drugs, not human beings. In the former official's opinion, it was more likely the vessel was carrying migrants on a human smuggling run, although it would be impossible to know for sure given that any evidence of smuggling was destroyed in the attack. Amid this belligerent rhetoric, the Pentagon has been amassing a small armada of warships in the southern Caribbean to include 3 guided missile destroyers. The Navy has also deployed 2 amphibious ready group, including the USS San Antonio and the USS Iwo Jima and the USS Fort Lauderdale, carrying 4,500 sailors, and the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit with 2,200 Marines, according to Defense Department officials. Several P-8 surveillance planes and at least 1 submarine have also been deployed to the region. So this is how I would treat this subject, because it is important to distinguish. I'm not anti-war at all. War is a necessary extension of statecraft. There's politics, diplomacy, statecraft, and there is war. And interventions of many different kinds and on different levels, it's necessary, especially for a global empire. So I'm not one of these people that says that we will ever achieve a world order without armed conflict of any stripe. So I'm not anti-war for moral or ethical reasons. I think war is frequently necessary. I'm not against interventions. I think that in many cases, again, as the global hegemon, it is necessary for us to intervene in certain instances. So I'm not ideologically against war. I'm not ideologically against intervention. And I would say that my real foreign policy, my real ideology when it comes to matters like this is it has to be in the furtherance of America's self-interest, always in every case. It should be just, it should be humane. I believe that we should exhaust diplomatic channels first, and as a last resort, in areas concerning vital strategic interests of the American nation, of the American people, I think that interventions up to and including war is sometimes necessary. So I want to make that clear. And in instances like this, we're reminded of why that's an important qualification. Why do we oppose the war in Iraq? Because it's not necessary. Is that the best use of American personnel? Is that the best use of American equipment, resources, money, effort, and energy? Is the best use of American equipment and all the rest of it fighting a counterinsurgency in Iraq? Trying to build up some democratic regime? I think absolutely not. I don't think that was the best use of force. I don't think that was the best use of all the available tools at our disposal to use in that situation. I think that could have been managed. I think there were other ways that we could have went about it. And when you look at a conflict like that, what is obvious is that it's so far away. It's an alien culture. It's a small country, not even a middle power. And it's in a completely different part of the world. And you look at who benefits the most, it's certainly not us. It is regional powers in that country. It's countries like Saudi Arabia or Israel or Iran. They all benefit on some level from that, far more directly, and I think in greater measure than we do. So people say, why is that our problem? And people say the same thing about Ukraine. Why is that our problem? Why are we fighting over there? And I think that the further away from America you get, the more compelling that argument is. And I think there's also an argument to be made in terms of proximate threat. Russia is certainly a greater threat than Iran. Mexico, however, is closer to the United States than Russia. And Mexico's hurting the United States a lot more than Russia is by sending us all these illegal immigrants and smuggling drugs and human beings than Russia ever can in their occupation of Ukraine or whatever else they might do. So this is how the conversation should progress. And when you look at this intervention in Venezuela, or elsewhere for that matter in the Western Hemisphere, what is clear is that this, you could argue, is our jurisdiction. How many people that came here in the past 4 years under Joe Biden came from Venezuela? It's a significant percentage. We had probably millions of Venezuelan refugees come to the United States in just the past 5 years, but many more over the past 10 or 15 or 20 years since the Bolivarian Revolution. And what's more, Venezuela is working with China and Russia and Iran. They're working with Cuba. They're working with Haiti. And they're right there on our doorstep. They're in the Western Hemisphere. They border the Gulf of Mexico. And they have an enormous amount of natural resources, gold, oil, among other things. And so if that's in our neighborhood, if their people are becoming our problem, if they're working with our enemies inside our hemisphere close to our borders, then this would be the best case to make for a regime change war or for some kind of intervention. It's hard to make a case for overthrowing Iran or Russia. It's hard to make a case for getting involved in Congo or Ethiopia or Somalia. It's easier to make a case for getting involved in Venezuela because we want that oil. We want that territory. We want to stop the tide, stem the tide of people flowing from that country into ours. We want to control our neighborhood for our security. And there's a much better case to be made about that than, let's say, Iran, for that matter, or Hezbollah, or Hamas even, dare I say it. With that being said, are we ready for a regime change war in Venezuela? Who voted for that? Did Congress authorize a war in Venezuela? Did the American people vote for a war in Venezuela? I could have swore that we voted for no new wars. What's the appetite for war in this country? We're fighting in Ukraine. We're fighting in the Middle East. We're barely out of Syria and Iraq. We just finished in Afghanistan. Now we're going to get involved in a major war in Venezuela. And how are we going about this exactly? Whose decision was that, and how are we going about it? Because what it looks like is they're trying to force us into a war. They're putting 4,500 sailors off the coast of Venezuela. 4,500 sailors are not going to topple the Venezuelan regime. So what's the goal? The goal of this, like was the policy in the first Trump administration, is to foment chaos. By putting a bounty on Maduro's head, by putting these ships off the coast, by attacking these Venezuelan vessels, the goal is to foment chaos inside the country, to create instability. And that could easily backfire. As a matter of fact, it already did. Why do you think we got millions of Venezuelan refugees in the past 4 years? Why do you think that was? It's because the first Trump administration had a maximum pressure campaign against the Maduro regime. As a result, hyperinflation happened and the people were starving. As a result, they started pouring into America as a direct consequence of our regime change policy. Does that sound familiar? That's exactly what happened in Syria. That's exactly what happened in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Somalia. Why do you think there's so many Somalians in Minnesota? Because we're involved over there. It's the same reason there were millions of people pouring into America. All those Venezuelan gangs, they came from there because we destroyed their country. Because we wouldn't let them sell their oil. Because we put maximum pressure on them in the hopes their society would collapse. Well, it didn't work. And so what do we have now? Well, we still have an unfriendly regime, and we have all their criminals here and all their refugees. Do you know that on Trump's last day in office in his first term, he gave temporary protected status to Venezuelan refugees? Look it up. After 4 years of John Bolton's maximum pressure campaign on Venezuela, which destroyed their society and forced millions of their people to move here, do you know that the precipitating action of that policy was that Trump effectively gave them amnesty on his last day in office? Google it. January 19th, 2021, Trump signed the order that gave TPS, extended TPS. That means temporary protected, means that if Venezuelans come here, they won't be deported. Starting to get it, starting to see the connection here. You know, it's a nice idea. Let's invade Venezuela. That's our neighborhood. Let's take it over. We're going to put the screws in them. It's a nice idea, right? But how does it work in reality? When it backfires and society explodes, but the government remains, they just send their people here. And what does the administration do? Gives them amnesty. And now we have millions of Venezuelans living here, and all their criminals are here, and Americans are dead. And there's all these incalculable effects of what they're doing because of that policy. Are you now ready for another war? And what's the big idea here? We're going to send a few boats and we're going to hope the society collapses. What if it doesn't? What if they put up a fight? What if there's some insurgency? What if, and riddle me this, after 4 or 5 years of unlimited open borders and immigration, what if there's terrorist attacks inside America? Has anyone thought this through? America's waging war on the cartels which control Mexico, a country of 130 million people. America's waging war on Venezuela, which is a massive, rich country in its own right that has sent millions of its criminals and refugees into America. Has anybody thought this one through? Is this going to be a swift and easy, we're going to go in and we're going to just do things, eradicate the cartels, and then overthrow Venezuela just for fun? And we're doing this in the middle of the next war with Iran. We're doing this in the middle of the unending war in Ukraine, in the middle of trying to play this denial game with China in Taiwan. Now we're going to be fighting a counterinsurgency in America and Mexico, and a regime change war in Venezuela to boot. What's the big idea here? That's the only part that I wonder. I'm not necessarily against regime change in Venezuela, but let's do it right. Let's do it the right way. Let's have a plan. Let's have limited objectives. Let's use overwhelming force and keep it limited and go in there with some semblance of a plan. Let's do it after we get out of Ukraine. Let's do it after we get out of the Middle East. Is this really what this country needs, is another war? Then that's not to mention we're trying to start a counterinsurgency in Mexico. Do you figure how that's going to go? These cartels are brutal. Do you see what they do? It has been tried. The Mexican government tried to put the screws in the cartel. They just escalate their tactics: terrorism, kidnapping, brutal attacks on police and military. Do you think that won't spill over into the United States? Because you'd be wrong. And what is that going to look like? These are two things happening concurrently. A counterinsurgency in Mexico. Every cartel is a terrorist group. We're fighting a counterinsurgency in every Latin American country. And on top of it, combined with it, a regime change war in Venezuela. Has anyone actually thought this through? What's the logic behind any of this? So, and here's the thing, I could be persuaded something does need to be done about the cartels. Something does need to be done about the regime in Venezuela. But what this looks like to me is that the Trump administration is not governing based on what is in the best interest of America. It seems like they're doing things day to day, week to week, looking for easy layups. Why did he do the press conference with Vladimir Putin? To get good press coverage. Why did he do this attack on the vessel off the coast of Venezuela? To get an easy win. It seems like there's this deadly lack of a strategy inside the administration with the economy, with the foreign policy. And I'm not trying to be a concern troll, but like, look around. Liberation Day, what the fuck was that? You know, they had 5 years to put together this tariff schedule, and they put out this thing, this convoluted method of calculating them. They back off after a week. Well, is there a plan? What's the plan here? And then with the economy, they're just begging the Federal Reserve to lower rates, to bail them out. They've got this huge problem with the labor market. Inflation's ticking back up. Their strategy is to beg the Federal Reserve chair to resign or to lower rates to get more cheap liquidity. What's the plan? We're about to enter stagflation. That's the plan? What's the plan with Ukraine? We're going to beg Putin to stop, do a press conference. Wait a second. Why is he not stopping? And now this. We're just going to start firing away at the cartels in Mexico and Venezuela, hoping it won't spill over, hoping it's going to be an easy victory. What's the goal here? I'm not liking where any of this is going. I'm sounding the alarm bells early. In the first term, maybe there was some kind of buffer because it was on easy mode. You know, we were still in the age of cheap credit. We didn't have the COVID pandemic. The Ukraine war hadn't started yet, like we were in an earlier stage. But now we're in a real crisis. And it seems like we're heading over the cliff. I do not like the sound of any of this. Regime change in Venezuela, mark my words, it is not as simple as this administration thinks. Taking on the cartels in Mexico, same story. So I don't know what these guys are doing. It's not legal. There's no vote on any of this. There's no justification. They're running this foreign policy, it seems like, to please people on Twitter or something, to get the approval ratings up. It's not good.
But as soon as
Good evening, everybody. You're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited and sick, but excited to be back here with you tonight on Thursday. We have a lot to talk about tonight, lots to get into. Big show. I'm going to have to take it easy, though. I'm sick. I'm so sick right now. I don't feel good. I have a cold. Everybody's like, pray for Nick. I'm not dying. I just have a terrible cold. And it's hard to do a show because the show involves a lot of breathing and talking and carrying on. But I'm going to be a trooper. After taking 2 days off for this cold, I'm going to be a trooper. I'm going to get it done. We got a big show, lots to talk about. Like I said, featured story. We're going to be talking all about the Epstein cover-up, which enters its third month, really. We're closing in on the third month of the Epstein cover-up in a few days. That'll be 2 full months. And the big story is that this week, a major press conference was held outside of Congress featuring some of Epstein's victims. Representative Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna, a Republican and Democrat, are attempting to force a vote using a procedural method in the House, which would order the Department of Justice to release all the Epstein files that allegedly don't exist. I mean, let's not forget, in July, they didn't say we weren't getting the files. They said there are no files. They said all there is child porn. I said, that's all you're going to find. They said nobody has any right to see any more documents, files. There's no third parties. They said because, well, there's simply nothing there. All that's left is child sexual abuse material, which for obvious reasons cannot be publicized. Now they changed their tune. Apparently there are tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of files. They're withholding them. And as it stands right now, all 212 Democrats are voting to release the files. 4 Republicans are joining them. They need 2 more Republicans to break. And then we can have the files. Otherwise, it gets shut down. And it's honestly incredible. It was the Trump administration itself which campaigned on releasing the Epstein files. And it was the second Trump administration itself, which earlier this year said they were doing this. They said that there would be a phased release of all the previously classified Epstein files, which started in February with the Binder photo op, that whole fiasco. And it's incredible that this administration for at least a year has been pushing the disclosure of the files. Now the administration says the opposite. They said that it's a hostile action to vote to disclose the files. So they go from, we will do it, we're the most transparent administration, we'll get to the bottom of it, to, if you still want that, you're an enemy of the government. And that's literally what Trump said this week. So we'll talk all about that. We're also going to talk tonight about the military strike off the coast of Venezuela. The president of No New Wars is at it again. The president of No New Wars has bombed what is allegedly a drug smuggling vessel manned by 11 crewmen off the coast of Venezuela. This was an airstrike, a lethal airstrike, which killed everybody on board. We don't really know what this is. The government is claiming that this is Tren de Agua, a drug cartel. That's just not what's happening. In reality, the Republicans, they know they're lying to you. They know doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on his strategy thus far, which is to pretend this is just not real. Yes, after a week of, this is being reported for the past week, 2 weeks, highly anticipated, the Trump administration was moving towards this historic renaming of our Department of Defense. That's the Pentagon. The DOD manages all the branches of the military, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force, etc. The Pentagon. The Trump administration officially renames the Department of Defense to the Department of War. Ooh, because as Trump says, we're not just on defense, we're also on offense. Sounds a lot cooler. And I don't know about you guys, but I'm just getting so sick of the slop, man. I'm done with the slop. Is that all this administration can do? It seems like this administration does 2 things. It renames existing things like the Gulf of Mexico, like the Persian Gulf, like military bases, like the Pentagon. It renames things and it polices anti-Semitism. You can't get your FEMA rescue money. You can't get your Harvard grants and loans. You can't get citizenship or a visa in America. Is that all this administration can do? We were promised revolutionary change. We were promised vengeance. We were promised a golden age. And what we're getting is renaming things, and like the ADL is on steroids. The ADL is taking steroids. They're looks maxing. That's all this administration seems to do. Cracker Barrel, who could forget? I mean, think about it. That's all this administration does. They came in, they renamed the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America. Oh, they renamed the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf. They should have named it to the Gulf of Israel, right? Changed the names of the military bases back to Fort Bragg. Take that. And now this, they took the Cracker Barrel logo, brought it back to the original. Now we're changing the Department of Defense to the Department of War. And look, if the Trump administration was actually doing things, this would be a cool bonus. And maybe you could make a defense for it. No pun intended. Maybe there's a case to be made for this. But if you're not doing anything, like take a look around. The deportation's not happening. The legal immigration will continue. 600,000 Chinese students. War in Ukraine is, if anything, it's getting worse. We do this every night. I mean, you get it. The state of this administration, it's not making as much progress as it needs to be. It's way behind. And yet, every so often, they do these things, the military parade, Cracker Barrel logo, stuff like this. And it feels like it's very intentional. And it feels like it's designed basically to distract us. These are amusements. These are, it feels like, diversions. It is a signal, but signifying nothing. It is meant to signal that something has transformed, something essential about America is changing. This is a new country. We take bodies of water. We're fighting wars now. It's supposed to signal an essential underlying change, but there is no such underlying change. Everything seems to be exactly the same. Take, for example, Harmeet Dillon. She's heading up the Civil Rights Division in the DOJ. She's an Indian American. She did that tribute to Waheguru at the RNC last year. That's a Hindu, Sikh, Indian god. She's the head of the Civil Rights Division of the DOJ. At the National Conservatism Conference this week, she speaks before what is supposed to be our based nationalist conservatives that are using state power to just do things. And she spoke to this crowd of what are supposed to be our allies and says that the Democrats are bringing their Klan robes and trying to stop us from enforcing equal opportunity. This is a Sikh Indian woman running the Civil Rights Division in the DOJ, and she's using the Dinesh D'Souza argument, the Democrats are the real Klansmen fighting for equal opportunity in Trump's DOJ. You got Marco Rubio as the Secretary of State. Guy is a neocon. And what are we doing? We are prolonging and extending Joe Biden's Ukraine policy, John Bolton's Venezuela policy, Benjamin Netanyahu's Iran policy. And so this is where you look at what is purported to be a signal of deep change on the exterior. The Cracker Barrel logo will stay the same. Return to tradition. Modern logos are bad. In the Trump's America, we're going to a Creed concert and then to Cracker Barrel with the old logo. And we have the Department of War because we just do things. It's like the old days, but it isn't. But in every way, it is not. There is no change. And I've used this comparison before. Trump is vaporware. And it's almost a perfect comparison because when Trump got into office in 2016, the big cultural wave on social media was vaporwave. It was Macintosh Plus. It was Vaporwave music, the Tron grid, the Rising Sun. This was the aesthetic. It was the Vaporwave 80s aesthetic. And what is Vaporware? It is a product that's advertised that never actually arrives. That's what Vaporware is. It's like vapor. And that's what Vaporwave represented. And that's really what the Trump administration is. It's a simulacrum. It's vapor. It's not real. It's a representation of something that isn't or was never real. And I'm just tired of being insulted. At this point, that's all it is insulting. Department of War? Why don't you end the wars or win a war? Something. You think about what it represents. The Department of Defense is our military. We're changing it to the Department of War. But the policies of the Department of Defense, the posture of the DoD has not changed at all. If the promise of Trump in 2016 was to put America first and end these interventions and bring the troops home, that hasn't happened at all. NATO is bigger than it was 10 years ago. By getting all these other countries to pay their fair share, we are more entrenched in NATO than ever. The Middle East, we're on the cusp of another war, this time with Iran. We now have a permanent presence in Syria, perhaps a permanent presence in Azerbaijan and Armenia. We're still in Iraq. And in Latin America, it seems like we're just getting started on yet another war. So it's like that America first non-intervention thing did not happen. At the same time, Trump promised we'd rebuild the military. We're going to have victories again. We haven't had one of those either. Can't win the war in Ukraine. Can't defeat the Houthis. Apparently did not destroy Iran's nuclear program. The military is an embarrassment. Look at our military parade this summer. Look at China's. In our military parade, we had a guy carrying a drone above his head like it was a paper airplane. Like it was a Lego fighter jet or something. China's military parade, did you see it? Huge, impressive drones, tanks, synchronization, complex formations. We had a guy walking down the street holding up a drone like this. That's our rebuilt military. So just stop insulting. Either do something and stop, and then you can make the name changes, or don't. Now, don't call it the Department of War. Nothing has changed there. It's the same nonsense as before. You can change the name, and probably the next administration, if it's Democrat, they'll change it right back. That's the same thing that happened in the first administration. So anyway, I saw that today, and I'm just like, I'm out of patience with this kind of stuff. And how many think pieces are we going to get from IM 1776, from Passage Press, all these jagoffs from Claremont Institute? How many think pieces are we going to get talking about the significance of changing the name to the Department of War? It signals a return to the Bronze Age. It signals a return to a time of testosterone when our ancestors smoked cigarettes and laughed when communists told them, like, yeah, bro, it's the same nonsense. We're fighting. It's a Department of Wars for Israel. It's a Department of Wars for India and Israel. Who cares? They changed the name. It's actually not that deep. Anyway, but that's that. I do want to move on. I want to get into our news for the night. Our first story, we're going to talk all about the situation with Jeffrey Epstein. And like I said, this Epstein scandal is entering its third month, which is hard to believe. It all started, as you know, in the beginning of July when the DOJ put out a memo that said that basically the Epstein investigation is over. And by that, they mean that there will be no further disclosures, no more declassifications, no more documents. There will also be no third parties that will be investigated. So if you thought that any of these elite people that were clearly involved in the sex trafficking ring, if you thought they would be held accountable or they would face justice, the DOJ said there are no other investigations. Case closed. Additionally, they denied the nature of the Epstein scandal itself. They said there is no blacklist, or rather a black book, a list of clients. They said there was no sex trafficking ring. So they're basically denying the essence of the scandal itself and the basis of the initial charges almost 20 years ago. It's now been 2 full months since that took place, just under 2 months, entering the 3rd month, and the Trump administration has a major problem. Back in July and August, they thought that if they just played for time, that eventually the summer recess would happen in Congress and other events would happen in the news, and eventually everybody would just forget about it. If Congress went home for the summer recess, they could not force a disclosure on the documents. And without pressure from Congress and with other things taking place in the news media, the administration thought this would just blow over. But now Congress is back in session. They're back from the summer recess, and as promised, this was said by Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna before they left, they would be right back in D.C. when it was finished, pushing again for disclosure on the Epstein files. And they are. And so here we are. It's September. We're in the fall. We're in the home stretch, weeks away from another funding appropriations deadline. And Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna are attempting to use a procedural measure inside the House of Representatives to force a vote on the floor of the House on the DOJ opening up and disclosing everything in the Epstein investigation. This is a story about that from the New York Times. It says, quote, with the Capitol towering behind them, several women who said they had been among Jeffrey Epstein's victims shared harrowing stories of sexual abuse, pleading with members of Congress to demand the Trump administration release all of its investigative files in the case. Lawmakers in both parties stood behind them, vowing to keep the pressure on for the disclosures. None of it appeared to be enough to outweigh the pressure from Mr. Trump and Republican leaders who moved quickly to squelch legislation that would require the DOJ to completely release what it uncovered about Epstein. Even as Mr. Epstein's accusers spoke at the Capitol, some of them growing emotional as they recounted their experiences, Mr. Trump at the White House dismissed the effort to get more files released as a Democrat hoax that never ends. So you've got the victims crying on the lawn of the Capitol. Trump is asked about it in the Oval Office. He says, that's a hoax, which is, as you can recall, this is doubling, tripling, quadrupling down on his strategy thus far, which is to pretend this is just not real. But it goes on, it says, Mr. Massie and Mr. Khanna's bill, which would require the DOJ to produce all its files about the Epstein investigation within 30 days, remains stalled. To force a floor vote on it, they need the majority of the House, or 218 members, to sign a so-called discharge petition. That's the procedural measure. With all 212 Democrats expected to sign, that means 6 Republicans are needed to move forward. As of Wednesday evening, the number of GOP signers was frozen at 4, and that includes Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace. The White House, for its part, has made its opposition to Massie's bill clear. Mr. Trump is known to target Republican lawmakers he sees as obstacles to his agenda. An official who described the Trump administration's thinking on the condition of anonymity said that signing the petition would be viewed as a very hostile act to the administration. So here we are. It is September. We're 8 months into this Trump administration. Remember, this is what we were promised. It's an insane level of gaslighting to pretend like this is some unreasonable request that Thomas Massie came up with, or that some unreasonable faction of the base came up with. We woke up on the wrong side of the bed, and us ingrates decided to be so unreasonable and so ungrateful and intractable that we're demanding something from the Trump administration that was never promised or never feasible or anything like that. Well, let's recall the Trump administration, rather the Trump campaign, promised throughout 2024 that we would get transparency on all these things, on 9/11, on JFK, on other assassinations, and on the Epstein files. He was asked about it repeatedly, and he said that he would release the files. Moreover, it was his son, Don Jr., it was J.D. Vance, his vice president. It was many of the influencers on the GOP payroll who for 4 years, this was their grift. Do you remember Don Jr. went to Turning Point USA, the president's son, who was involved in selecting the vice presidential nominee, who was involved in running the campaign? Don Jr. at Turning Point said, oh, I'm on every FBI list. They want me so bad. I'm such an outlaw. He said, I'm on every list except the Epstein list. I wonder who's on there. I wonder why they won't show it to us. They created this. They played this up. They leaned into it for the better part of 4 or 5 years. That Epstein's a pedophile. He's on the island. He's running Lolita Express with the Clintons and all these people. They played this up. They leaned into it. They created this narrative. They promised transparency. They said it'd be the most transparent administration in history. And then they even went so far, once elected and inaugurated, to create this spectacle as though they were following through. Am I the only one that remembers this? They invited all the influencers to the White House, distributed binders that said Epstein files. That was ran out of the White House press office with the DOJ, and they held it up for the photo op. Look, most transparent administration ever. And it didn't take long. It took, I think, hours for the people that received the binders to upload them to social media. People read through them and said, there's no disclosure here. Where's the rest? And after ignoring that request for 5 months, the DOJ said, case closed, pack it up. That's it. It's over. And then within days shifted to, if you still want it, you're a traitor. If you still want it, you're a Democrat. You're an idiot. I don't want your support. This is a hoax. That's not real. You're an ingrate. You should be a Democrat. And here's the thing. This reveals the conceit of the Republican Party. Don't you get it? Don't you understand? This is the whole conceit of the GOP. The people that actually run this party, the people that are running this government, they're not like you and I. They don't care about the things you and I care about. And they also have no scruples about lying to you. Do you get it? For 4 years, they fed you all this crap about vaccines, about seed oils, about CRT and BLM, about this, about the Epstein files. And then they get into office, and what do? Who is Trump meeting with today? Bill Gates and Mark Zuckerberg. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. What happened? I thought MAGA, QAnon, the Proud Boys, the Trump supporters, the J6ers, they were being censored on Facebook and Instagram. Trump himself was banned on Facebook and Instagram. And for 4 years, they grifted, complaining about censorship on Facebook and Instagram. Now that Trump is president, he's dining with Mark Zuckerberg, joking with him. Mark Zuckerberg was at the inauguration, all the rest. For 4 years, all these grifters, all these MAGA people grifted off of the anti-vaccine thing, raised money, played that up, anti-vax, it's a bioweapon, etc. Now Trump is seated next to Bill Gates and says that they're going to work together on all these novel solutions and so on. And then you have the Epstein files. For 4 years, they leaned into, as a grift, the Epstein files, the Epstein disclosures. There's a pedophile conspiracy. There's a satanic pedophile conspiracy. Then they get into office and they turn around and bury it harder than Biden did. They do this with everything. Have you realized this by now? And you have to realize that this is a feature, not a bug. A lot of people's concept, their mental model for how this works is that we elect these candidates and they're fighting so hard, and we're fighting every day, and you got to take what you can get. And hey, man, it's only been a few months. They're trying really hard. And when the 4 years are up and they didn't deliver, well, we got to get them next time. And in reality, that's just not what's happening. In reality, the Republicans, they know they're lying to you. They know that they're lying to you. They think that you're idiots. They think that we're idiots. And they know what we care about, and they know what we talk about, and they shamelessly pander, shamelessly during the election. And it's like a competition to see who could be more crazy, who could be more extreme. The nativist rhetoric, the conspiracy rhetoric, all this kind of stuff. Each one-upping the next. And then they know when they get into office, they don't care about that stuff. Then they celebrate. We're in. We're good. We don't need your vote. Who cares about the Haitians in Springfield, Ohio? Who cares about the vaccines now? Who cares about the Epstein files? Try to focus, guys. We're trying to cut corporate tax cuts. Who cares about that? This is what they do with everything. And so inside of the Epstein story, yes, obviously, the Epstein files matter in themselves. They tell us other things. But this is a big conceit that is demonstrated by the whole thing. And it's incredible to witness how the narrative goes from, we will be more transparent than any administration. Here it is, guys. Here's your Epstein files. Wait, you still care about that? You're hostile to the administration. You need to switch parties. What are you, a Democrat? Why do you still care about this? And all the influencers follow suit. It proceeds from the top. The hypocrisy, the about face comes from Trump. And it trickles down and proceeds from the rest. And they go from 6 months ago, all right, everybody, promises made, promises kept. Here's your files. Here's what we promised and we delivered. 6 months later, oh, you actually wanted those files? You're stupid. I don't even want your support. You need to become a Democrat already. Do you still care about that? That doesn't even matter. And if you think it does, well, you're useless and an idiot, and we need to focus on other stuff. And that's Trump, and that's Pam Bondi, and it proceeds all the way down through the asshole Cernoviches, Posobics, the cat turds, the DC Dranos, all these cock-sucking influencers that are paid to lie, all these whores. And that's what they are. How did Mike Cernovich get so obscenely wealthy? Anybody know? Mike Cernovich went from a obscure pickup artist, blogger, who was writing about having sex with trannies in Thailand, chemically salty taste of their penises. That's in his blog. How did he go from that to political operator? Who paid him all this money? His patrons, He gets on his knees, he opens up his mouth, they give him the cash, and he says whatever they want him to say. And then he gets to walk around like he's the man. You have no fans. If you did a live stream, you couldn't get 300 viewers. You have no fans. You're a whore for money. Same with Jack Posobiec. Jack Posobiec 10 years ago was sucking up to Richard Spencer. I'm old enough to remember. Jack Posobiec was begging Richard Spencer to hang out with him. Hey, Richard, I'm really based. 1488, brother, I'm really based. What do you think about Harold Covington? I'm old enough to remember that. And then what happened? Oh, he took his honeymoon in Israel. He took his honeymoon in Israel, and then everybody forgot that he was obsessed with Harold Covington, trying to be Richard Spencer's best friend, and tweeting 1488 all the time. And he was also in naval intelligence. He's also in naval intelligence. Interesting. Speaks foreign languages, sort of interesting guy. And these people are paid to lie about all this kind of stuff. and you think they're on your side, this administration's on your side. This is what I want to destroy in your mind. If I achieve nothing else, I want radical right-wingers, I want white people, I want Christian nationalists to stop using the word we when you talk about Trump, when you talk about the GOP. We have this tendency to identify with the Republican Party. Why? People say, we need to win this election. We need to do this. We. There is no we. It is not we. We are not getting shit. They are getting paid. They are getting paid to promote the GOP. They, the politicians, are getting the privileges of being in office. They are getting favors dispensed and kickbacks. They won. You, we, I did not get anything, did not get shit. Unemployment is way higher, the job market sucks, than they're letting on. And whereas the Biden administration was trying to forgive student loans and wipe medical debt from your credit score, things that actually help you, this administration's not doing any of that. Not doing any of that. They extended the corporate tax cut. It's like, so we don't get anything when they win. The Democrats and the Republicans are they. They, the Democrats, they, the Republicans, they take turns in office. Obviously, yes, the Republicans have better policies than the Democrats, but not by much. And it's a lot closer than you might think. And this Epstein thing is just the biggest example. They promised you, and they think about like the culture they created around this for 5 years. The way they hammed up this Epstein thing. Epstein, a pedophile island, et cetera, et cetera. And then when it's finally time to produce, they turn and say, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, you care about that? You're an idiot. Whoa, you're a Democrat. And it's like, wow. It's like they literally, it's like those TikToks. It's like a prank where you go through the drive-thru and they duck down and they come up and it's a completely different person. 5 years. We could not hear the end of the Epstein files. The second they get into office and people want them, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Oh, you care about that? Oh, get real. That's not actually affecting anybody. You care, that's a hoax. That was never real. If you still care about that, you should just switch parties already because that's not loyal. That's hostile. And they do this with everything. They did it with immigration. The second that Trump passed the big, beautiful bill, he did a rally and said, we're going to slow down the deportations for illegal immigrant farm workers. Everyone's going to, you're not going to like it, but you'll understand. The insults keep coming. And anyway, I doubt they're going to get the votes to release these because it's going to require 2 votes from the Republicans. And you know, these Republicans are being threatened. Now, the whole weight of this MAGA machine, which is just a monstrosity, how much money they've raised because of who they represent. The GOP represents now Wall Street, Silicon Valley, Israel. It's got a huge war chest, way bigger than the Democrats. And now what is that machine? What is it arrayed against now? Thomas Massie. Thomas Massie is one of the only congressmen, one of the, maybe the only Republican speaking out against Israel and saying that we should put America first. He's leading the charge on opposition to our intervention in the Middle East. He's leading the charge on Epstein. And now he's public enemy #1 of MAGA. And he is being persecuted by Susie Wiles, a fucking lobbyist. He is being persecuted by Lindsey Graham, who Trump endorsed for the 4th time or 3rd time. Think of this. Think of this. Obviously, something has gone wrong. You will not get the Epstein files, even though the Trump administration, it's their prerogative. It's their DOJ. They could do it tomorrow. They won't. They're fighting not to. They're fighting Thomas Massie. The never-Trumpers that took over MAGA world are turning the Death Star laser of Silicon Valley and Wall Street and Israel's money that powers the GOP to destroy Thomas Massie because he dared to say America first when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein and Israel. Something has gone terribly wrong. And that's why you're not going to get 2 more votes here. Where's Paul Gosar? Where is that fucking asshole? Huh? Where's Paul Gosar, the courageous hero? I don't know. Ask his wife. She knows. She runs his life. She runs his shit. Coward. Where's everybody else? Where's the MAGA caucus, huh? You have these freakazoids. Lauren Boebert, who's doing sexual stuff in the movie theater. Nancy Mace, who is a psycho. They're the only people that believe this stuff in the GOP. They're the only people that are actually true believers. Where are all these other 210 Republicans that it was so critical to go out and vote for in the last cycle? Where are they? It's no different than, do you remember in 2022 when at that time they said they were going to release the 45,000 hours of J6 Capitol footage? Remember that whole debacle? Remember when all the 2000 January 6 patriots were languishing in prison and there was 45,000 hours of footage from Capitol Hill security cameras that could have exonerated them? We were promised that in the midterms then, and they didn't deliver. I shouldn't say they didn't deliver, because they did deliver the footage to somebody. Anybody remember? Does anybody remember who those 45,000 hours of Capitol Hill footage were delivered to? One person got them. One person was able to review them. Does anybody remember who it was? Tucker Carlson. Remember that whole episode? Oh, no, I totally forgot. Oh, no, I forgot. That's what they do every time. That's what they count on. In 2022, we're going to release those 45,000 hours of footage. We're going to get to the bottom of the Fedsurrection. We're going to get to the bottom of this conspiracy. Fedsurrection. We're going to get to the bottom of it. When we take the House, we're going to subpoena the government and get the footage. They didn't. Oh, wait, they did, but they gave it to one person. Tucker. Whatever happened to it, guys? Whatever happened to the footage? Notice a pattern? They did the same thing here. 2024, we're going to get to the bottom of this conspiracy. It's a pedo island conspiracy. We need to get elected to have transparency. They get elected. Oh, you care about that? You're crazy. You're a Democrat. And pay attention to every influencer on the internet. Pay attention to every dumbass influencer that is telling you you're crazy, that is against Thomas Massie. Pay attention to everyone that's on the wrong side of this issue, because it either means they're being paid, just like the Democrats. There was a big scandal that came out. I forget which publication. It was a left-wing publication. But just like all the Democrats are on the payroll of the DNC, all the influencers, it's the same with the Republicans. If anyone's against Massie, they're either on the payroll of the Republicans or they're too stupid. But do not let them gaslight you into thinking that we don't deserve this. Because, and it goes without saying, the only reason we're not getting disclosure on this is because it would indict Israel. Obviously. How about these new revelations that Peter Thiel and the Prime Minister of Israel and Jeffrey Epstein were all hanging out together repeatedly? How about that new revelation? Why do you think they don't want to release it? It's because they're implicated. The Republicans are implicated with Israel. They protect themselves. Israel is part of it. That's why they won't release it. And so this idea that, we're going to vote for Trump and Trump is going to deliver the revolution, obviously he's part of it. He's with them, obviously. Vance, Thiel, Tucker, they're all with them. Don't you understand now? That's what this shows. And if there wasn't something in there, why would they not release it? For all of these Republicans that are protesting this so much, why not just release it then? If it's a hoax, if it's a distraction, why not just release it and get it over with? Why fight tooth and nail to prevent the disclosure? Why marshal the resources against Republicans, create animosity with Marjorie Greene and Thomas Massie and the base? Why go through all this? Of course, because they're hiding something. They're protecting their own, obviously. And so the proposition of what Trump is, it's just no longer there anymore. What you're going to get from Trump is they're protecting themselves. Same story as always. Same policies, corporate tax cuts, wars all over the world. And what is the real change? It's a change in style. Aunt Jemima's making a comeback. Uncle Ben is making a comeback. Cracker Barrel logo is making a comeback. It's the Department of War. And all of you fucking idiots, all of you dummies, all the Hill people, conspiracy theorists, flyover country, the basket of deplorables, you're all supposed to eat that up. Alligator Alcatraz. Oh boy. I hear Trump's really going to do it to him this time, and they fucking close it down in 30 days. They hate you. They hate you. They think you're an idiot. And in many cases, unfortunately, they are right. And it's sad. That's your Epstein files. Yep, it's a Democrat hoax. Remember that next year when Trump is going to be begging you to vote in the midterms. As stagflation sets in, the job market is cooked. Interest rates cannot come down because inflation's ticking back up. The war in Ukraine is only going to accelerate. We're going back to Iran. When all this stuff is raging and they're begging for your vote in the midterms next year, begging you, we just need to finish the job. President Trump needs you to vote, needs a majority. We got to finish what we started. Remember when he told you, I don't need your vote. Remember when they said Thomas Massie needs to switch parties already. Remember that. They call you a Democrat because you're true to the actual America First principles from 2016. And it's incredible. Now they're all glazing Patrick Buchanan all the time. You see this? They're taking turns now celebrating Patrick Buchanan. And, there's something funny about that. They will always glaze these people when they're inert. Have you noticed that? Pay very close attention. When Patrick Buchanan was running for president, these Trump and Tucker and all these people wanted this guy dead. Now that he's 100 years old, now they want to give him the Medal of Freedom. Come on, fossil. Come on, you fossil. Now that you can't fight anymore, now that you're 100 years old, after we destroyed your reputation, destroyed your career, destroyed your life, now we want to put a medal on you and appropriate your sacrifice. We want to appropriate your integrity, your struggle, your sacrifice, your courage. We want to say, retroactively, we were wrong. You were right. Here's your medal. And now we expect him to die within 15 years. You don't want to say that in a glib way, but that's what it is. Same with Ron Paul. All the same people said Ron Paul was crazy, wouldn't give him a chance, wanted him dead. Now that Ron Paul is 100 years old, Ron Paul, maybe he was right. We should listen to him. When people like me and Thomas Massie and Ye and whoever, when these people are alive, they fight us tooth and nail. It's the same story. And watch, if I were gunned down tomorrow, they'd lionize me. In 20, 30 years, and in 60, 70 years, whatever, when I'm politically inert, then they'll lionize me. This is just how they play. In the now, they're screwing us over. In the now, they're screwing us over. They're pissing on our leg, telling us it's raining, doing one thing, telling us it's another. And I guess the reason that stands out to me is because when you look at 2016, who was spiritually with Trump in 16? It was the alt-right. And now here we are 10 years later, and it's just indistinguishable from the GOP. Who is in the Trump camp now? It's Susie Wiles, J.D. Vance, who was a never-Trumper. It's Rick Grenell, who's a gay neocon. It's Marco Rubio, who is a neocon and ran against Trump in 16. It's Lindsey Graham, who's been around from, this is MAGA now. And who's on the outside? Thomas Massie, Marjorie Greene, Nick Fuentes. In some sense, Tucker's afraid to criticize Trump. Even Tucker's drifted outside. It's crazy. The gaslighting is insane. And to me, that's the story. That's the biggest story. Maybe that's the biggest significance of it. They said, hey, you rubes, hey, conspiracy theorists, hey, Hill people, hey, all you dumb fuck Republicans that care about the pedophile island conspiracy. Don't worry, we're gonna take care of it when we win. They win, they don't deliver, and then they turn and say, hey, dummies, you better get in line. It's crazy, and people take it. They created this. They played into it. They played it up. And now that the Hill people want it, they turn and say, you fucking idiots. If you still want this, you're not loyal enough. You still care about this? You should just change your party affiliation because you're not loyal to Trump. And all these suckers eat this up. All these suckers make it, John Doyle, it was surprising. He's one of these YouTubers. He did a video about it defending this, and his comment section ate him alive. So people need to understand that Trump went wrong here. This is a joke. But that's that. I do want to move on. We're going to talk a little bit about Venezuela as well, and then we'll get into our super chats. Our other big story tonight is about this new war that we're starting. Once again, president of no new war.
In this video, I'm going from nothing with $0 all the way to $25 million, all from just a small end island.
Now, what matters is what are the rules? How is he gonna collect anything at the start? He has nothing.
Okay, so here I am on the end island.
Oh, he has one of the fruits. Okay.
And I'm gonna start off by breaking this course fruit because that's like the only thing I can do. Okay, how many do we get? 20. And I'm gonna sell this to this order, $200. Now I'm gonna try to snipe
Okay, he only has $200. You can buy like nothing on auction with that.
stuff off the auction house for super cheap. Okay, I just realized I can buy 2 ender pearls and then go to orders and sell them for a little bit more money. Again, $10. But yeah, that would take forever, so I'm gonna keep looking at the auction house. Okay, 2 gold. I'm gonna buy that. I'm gonna try to sell this for $2,000. Stone sword for $10.
$2,000 for the gold.
That. How much can I sell for? I'm gonna try to sell
It's
for
kind of crazy how he did this.
I'm gonna buy this lapis
I can imagine.
and sell it for $2,000. And now I'm just gonna wait and see if my things sell. Bro, now there's 2 diamonds for like $100 each, and I'm out of money. I'm gonna lower the price of everything I'm selling to $1,000 and wait for it to sell. Okay, my lapis just sold.
Oh,
now I have
someone bought the
$1,000, so I can
lapis.
buy a lot more stuff. I'm gonna buy this strength potion. I can resell it for $4,000. Okay, my stone sword sold. I'm gonna buy another strength.
Who would buy a stone sword for $1,000? Who in the world would even want that?
Hey man, I saw that you saw my IRL jukebox.
Yeah,
hunt.
I did, bro. That was actually insane, bro. Wait, that was yours? That is insane. I like it. Or I liked it a lot. But who would buy a stone sword for $1,000? Why do you even need a stone sword? You just get a diamond one.
pot. And I'm gonna list both my strength pots for 3,000. Okay, someone bought one of my strength potions. Now I have 3k, so I'm gonna buy this bamboo for 1k and craft it into sticks and then resell these sticks for 6k. And someone bought my other strength potion. And someone bought my sticks. Now I can
Yo, he knows what he's doing with auction flipping that quickly. He made $10,000. How quick was that actually? That looked like that took like about an hour. Maybe it probably didn't take a whole hour. Maybe like 30 minutes or 20 minutes to get 10k. That's pretty impressive.
bamboo, craft into sticks, and sell them. I'm gonna buy 2 buckets of water though, and make an infinite water source, and then I can get 2 more. Then I can sell them both for the same price I bought them. I can almost afford a stack of iron. Oh, and now I can. Now I just need a crafting table, and I can craft buckets and then fill them up and sell them. Okay, someone just bought my gold from earlier. Now I can maybe buy a crafting table. Nope. And to get up to 2,000, so I can buy a crafting table, I can buy a totem and then sell it on orders and do this over and over again. And I make like $100 per totem. Okay, and now I can afford a crafting table. Boom. And I can craft buckets, 21 buckets, and fill them all up. And I'm gonna sell them each for 1.5k. Okay, people are buying them. Okay, now I can make a whole bunch of money using these water.
Using these water.
Okay, I'm up to 25k. I'm gonna buy these logs, craft them into planks, and then I'm gonna craft random stuff to sell, like signs and doors and fence gates, and sell it all in the auction house. I can sell signs for 10k per.
Who's buying wooden doors? What do you need wooden doors for?
It's kind of high price right now. People are buying W. I'm selling doors.
See that
for
60,
5K,
70k?
and the gates are expensive.
90K?
People use them in their pickle farms. Okay, now I'm up to 167k. I'm gonna buy more spruce
100 and what, K?
logs and continue selling signs because that seemed to work best.
Now I'm gonna start enchanting gear for money, so I'm gonna need some books.
No way, he already has a full enchanting table. That is genuinely insane. You can just buy stuff on the auction for cheap and sell it for more. I didn't realize that you could make this much money that fast with this method.
Shelves and an enchanting table. And I can start getting diamond armor to enchant. I'm also gonna need lapis and XP. Now I'm gonna get up to level 30. Bro, this XP is so funny. Now I can get protection 4 and unbreaking. And that's almost max. I'm gonna sell for 170k.
But the protection for Unbreaking 3 diamond armor that I was selling on the auction house wasn't selling very fast because it didn't have mending. So I decided to order mending books and then add them to the armor to make it fully maxed so I could just sell it to orders.
Nice.
These chest plates will give me 570k and 156k for the boots. I'm gonna order more mending, so I'm just gonna keep enchanting and adding mending.
Bro. So wait, how
And
much did he
that
say he
should
bought the mending
200K.
shulker for? Or the mending books?
Another max chest plate. And 2 in a row. And
He's almost at a mil.
780K, and that brings us to our first $1 million.
Oh.
And now that I'm rich, I could buy a sniffer. Boom.
All right, now tell me, what is the point of a sniffer? A sniffer. A sniffer. What the? Why is it muted?
Yo, hello. Okay, now it's taking too long to get good enchantments. Oh, my sniffer egg's hatching. Or not. So I'm gonna switch methods. Because as you can see,
Why the
blue concrete
sniffer,
powder
bro?
is 100k per stack, and blue concrete is 270k. So I'm gonna buy some stacks
Bro,
of this.
he's so
and buy
rich, he's
this
just
good
buying
pickaxe
whatever he
And
wants.
just mine all this concrete.
Oh wait. Oh, never mind. He's selling it, right? Or is he? I don't even know.
Okay, first stack is done. Yeah, but
He
some
needs a
flew off
pet?
the map,
Oh.
so I'm gonna build a little house that I can break concrete in, so it doesn't go flying into the void. Just a quick house with spruce. Oh, nope, spruce up. Okay. Deep slate. And yeah, just gonna make a little house. And our roof.
Why the
just
pickles?
Like this. What the? Why did it go like that? And I'm gonna extend it out.
Yo, I'm
one.
waiting for the sniffer.
And there's the front of the house. And I'm gonna make a checkered pattern. I mean, not checkered pattern floor. How about a striped floor? Oh. Bro, my sniffer egg's about to hatch. I'll make some windows.
Bro, he has me
and now I'll
captivated with that
continue the
sniffer.
roof across the whole house.
Wait, his team name is literally the Sniffers or the Sniffs. What are the Semps?
Bro, that was close.
What are the
And
Semps?
there's the house. I'll give you a little tour here. It's
Yo,
just
this
a
might be the
one-room
worst house
a
I've
concrete
ever seen, bro.
room. Yes, sir. So now I can mine all this concrete.
Oh, never mind. It's just to get concrete, so it doesn't fall off the edge. Okay, that's not terrible.
Oh, and I just broke the floor.
The
Oh.
Sniffer!
Oh, I got a baby sniffer.
I didn't even know there were baby Sniffers. Why was I expecting it to be a massive dude? Okay, okay. That actually, I just realized this looks like a dog with its ears like that.
Gonna have to box you up. There he is. Oh, he's happy. He's jumping. I'll name him Larry Invested Zombie Heads.
Yeah,
And there
he
you
actually
go,
is trying to
Mr.
escape,
Larry.
bro. I
And
don't
I'm
think
just
he's
gonna mine
happy.
concrete. And I'm gonna sell this blue concrete, and somehow I lost one, for 250k a stack. And the same thing works with lime concrete, so I'm gonna do with
Oh,
that.
dang.
And
I
I'm
feel
gonna
like
sell these stacks for 400k
the enchanting method's
per.
gotta be
And I'm
better
gonna
than
take
this.
a break while I wait for these to sell. But before I see how much money I made, this video is sponsored by the Flex SMP. If you're tired of getting absolutely
Man. Sponsor.
I'll take these off, and the price went down a lot. Also, this for 149k, and this is still 200k. And before I get off for the day, I'm gonna craft some random stuff that sells for a lot of money, but doesn't sell very fast. Like looms. Looms, there's like none in the auction house, so I can sell them for high prices. I'm gonna sell each one for 60k. And same thing with lanterns, so I can sell these for a lot of money. I'm gonna sell 6 for 120k. Okay, here's all of the things I'm selling, and hopefully tomorrow
Alright,
they'll
good
be
night,
sold.
bro.
See ya, Larry.
He probably should have sold like the most expensive things possible. Oh, he has 3 mil though. I mean, that's pretty good.
Okay, I gained 2 mil while I was away. Everything sold except 12 lanterns. Okay, so I have some more looms here. I'm gonna list up for 120k per. And while I wait for this to sell, I'm gonna start breeding axolotls. So I'm gonna buy 2 axolotls for 90k and 20 tropical fish to breed them for 400k. And while I wait for this
Yo,
orders to
who
fill, I'm
buys
gonna start making
axolotls,
some
bro?
black concrete. Yeah, I got all my sand and gravel, so I can craft a bunch of stacks of concrete. And each stack is about 200k, and I'm gonna break all of it now. Okay, last block.
Nice.
And there we go, all the stacks are concrete. I can sell each stack for 170k, so that's a lot of profit. Woohoo, black concrete sold. And also my axolotl order is filled, so I'm gonna take those out and I'll put it in a little pool here. There we go. And another black concrete sold. And I'm also
Why am I
making an
genuinely
order for more
invested?
tropical
Dude,
fish
this
'cause I
he's
wasn't
good at
filling.
manipulating
My
the
black
market. Or
concrete's
not
selling
manipulating
a lot,
it.
so I'm gonna buy
He
more
knows
black
like
dye
a
and
lot
order
about
more
Minecraft.
sand and gravel. Okay, I just got 18 tropical fish, so I can take some out and start breeding my axolotls.
Oh,
Oh my.
he just dropped
Wait.
it off the edge.
Yes, I
He
saved
caught
it.
it.
No, stay in
No, the
thing.
dude's gonna jump off.
No. Okay, we're good. I'm
Oh,
gonna add
yeah.
slabs so they don't fall out. I just got the rest of my tropical fish. Now I can breed them.
Also, why did I not
There's
know you have to
one
feed him with
and the
tropical
second
fish? I thought you fed him like
Wait,
seeds or something.
and the servers are restarting, bro. Also, if you guys are still enjoying this video, please subscribe. Because if everyone subscribed, I could easily get 10,000 subscribers. Back to the video.
Facts. Yo,
Okay, I'm
everybody
back.
everybody who's watching my stream, or if my editor decides he wants to post this on the Clips channel for some reason, subscribe to him. Yeah, he's at 6.89k. Bro, let's get him to 10k. Let's get him higher than 10k. I don't know if we can get him higher than 10k, but W video. Genuinely. This is good. Very good. Y'all recommended this video to me. Good recommendation. Dr. Coconut, shut it. Okay.
And breed them. Or I fed them so much tropical fish. What are they doing? Oh, there we go. And now we got another axolotl. Woohoo! Also, I got all my sand and gravel, so I can get all this black concrete and mine it up.
Yeah, this black concrete method, I feel like is probably such a good method.
Okay, I'm selling a lot of black concrete. So I'm gonna buy
Dang, he's
another
at
stack
4
of black
mil!
dye and make even more concrete.
Yo, it's not even taking him that long.
Okay, I'm 1/5 of the way
He
there
is
to
actually good
25
at doing
million.
SMB.
And I should be able to breed my axolotls again. There's another baby. And I've been mining concrete for a while, so I'm gonna switch methods and buy a stack of gold, some redstone, and some logs. Now I'm gonna be crafting powered rails, and that just got me 6 stacks. And each stack is 150k. So this will make me a lot of profit. But yeah, the powered
Wow.
rails also take a while to sell. So I'm gonna do the same thing but with white concrete and black concrete for even more
Yo, Ghost
profits.
Vigo with the prime sub. Thank you
White
so much,
concrete
bro.
right now is very overpriced at like 300k per stack. So I'm gonna sell all of this. And I still need to get all the black concrete. Okay, I listed the max amount of stuff, and here's everything I've listed. So currently, if everything sells, I'm pretty rich. Currently, I'm up to 5 or 6 axolotls.
And then now,
This'll be
the thing
6th.
is, you get to the point where you can't sell enough items on the auction to do this. Like, I'm guessing this is why all the rich people on Donut SMP, when they want to make a lot of money, they build these massive AFK farms, and they sell everything to the server instead of selling it to the players, because there's just not enough auction slots, I guess. Bro, I wonder if I should add more auction slots, because, bro, it makes me think, like, people could be doing this. really high levels. And I bet you know what people probably do? They probably start selling things like shulker boxes of loot, and that's the fastest way to make money, because even though there's more people buying the smaller stuff and it'd be better to smell it or to sell it at smaller quantities, it would probably be a lot easier or in a lot less time for them to just they list all their auction slots that are like the most expensive items that they can get, and then that's how they make their money the easiest.
One. And my sniffer is also giant. Aren't they supposed to like dig up stuff? Lock in, bro. Okay, so I'm gonna take a break and wait for all this stuff to sell, and hopefully I'll have like 8 million or something.
Okay, I'm logging on, and I'm up to
Not-
9.6 mil. Let's go. Only 15 mil to go. Check if I have anything on my auction. Nah, pretty much no. I'll resell this concrete and the loom, and I'll take some more tropical fish to breed my axolotls. How are they not ready to eat? Oh, wait. Bro, wait, no, don't eat it. Oh, why can't I click on them? Okay, I guess they're all full. I still have a bunch of sand and gravel, so I'm gonna make use of this and craft a bunch of concrete. Currently, black concrete is
More concrete, bro?
250K, and white
Yeah, he needs to
concrete's
start doing shulker
199K.
boxes.
Oh, and I sold my loom. I might as well do black and white dye. Bling! I'll just spend like 9 more years mining concrete. And that's 10 million. And 10.2 million. For a no limit dash is buying my black concrete. Also forgot about
No Limit Dash is literally in the chat right now. Wait, Dash, when did you buy black concrete?
and 10.2 million. For a
No way, Dash, you bought this concrete, man?
no limit dash is buying my black
What?
concrete. Also forgot about power rails, so I'm gonna get some gold and craft some more in a redstone. And then I just need W and a stack of sticks. But
Why is my chat dead? What's up with my chat? Wait, why are there no messages in my chat? Was my chat hidden this whole time? Why was there just a big gap in the chat? Wait, am I tripping? Yo, Dash, are you there, bro? Did you buy some black concrete or what's good? Ha 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 ha. No, nothing's funny. I asked if you, what were you buying black concrete for? What the heck?
craft power rails, and that gets me 6 stacks, which will sell for 160k a stack. And every time I breed these axolotls, I'm gonna basically double my money, because the buckets cost 20k per, and then the axolotl sells for like 80k. So I need to make sure to keep breeding these for free money. And while I wait for all of this to sell, I'm gonna build Larry the
I'm locked
Sniffler
in on
a
the
little
video.
like grass biome with some moss, and I'm just gonna build it out this way. Okay, there's a good moss floor, and I'm gonna bone meal it. I'm gonna bone meal a tree here. I'll replace this. And I'll also bone meal this. Oh, and I just fell in with him, bro. Oh no, don't get out. Okay, we're good. Now I'm gonna get some green concrete. I need to turn it into normal concrete. And then I'm just gonna make the background of this dark green since there's no like sky. I'm gonna curve it in here. And I actually need more concrete. Okay, and then I'm gonna finish
Okay,
it
the base
off
is looking
here
a little nice.
and link it up
Great
here.
job.
And I'm gonna get some glass, and then I'm gonna let them in. Get in. Boom. And perfect. Can we get some W Larrys
Oh!
in the comments? And I'm gonna
W
extend
Larry.
this moss out a bit. No, not again, bro. I'll feed my axolotls again. There we go. Oh wait, he dug me up something. Let me check what it is. A pitcher pod. What do I do with it? Bro, it's worth nothing. I don't know
What
how to
is a
plant
pitcher
it.
pod?
Can I feed it to him?
W Larry.
Nope.
W
Throwing it
Larry.
off the map. And
No!
lanterns are a good price again, so I'm gonna sell these last lanterns. I'm also gonna order more sand and gravel to get black concrete. And I'll buy black dye. I'm also gonna craft some other types of concrete that don't sell as fast, but are worth more. Okay, I got all this different colored concrete, now I'm gonna mine it all up. So this is my current auction house, and I'm gonna log off for a bit and come back, and hopefully everything will be sold, and I'll be at like 17 mil. I don't know.
Okay, it hasn't been that long, but let's see what sold. Okay, I made 2.4 mil. I'm up to
Okay,
15 mil.
okay.
W, bro. Okay, looks like the purple sold, so I'm gonna try to get some more of that, and black and white. Hey, someone just bought my green. I'm also gonna order some more tropical fish for my axolotls. I've been mining concrete so much, this is the first time my pickaxe is actually about to break, so I gotta mend it back up. And my pickaxe is mended, so I can get back to mining. I'm also gonna restock
Bro,
on
he's gotta
power
start doing
rails.
shulkers.
There
Unless
we go.
he's selling
and I'm
them
gonna
too
restock
fast.
on lanterns. I have the max items listed.
Also, does
So you
anyone know?
what that-
Does anyone know a faster way to mine concrete than just one at a time by hand? Because there's no way that one at a time is the best way to do it. There's got to be some faster way. Any ideas, y'all?
Means it's time to wait for everything to sell. Okay, let's see what's sold. Okay, I only gained 1 mil, but that's still
TNT,
decent. I still have a lot of
that's
stuff
probably
to
more
be sold, though.
expensive,
And
bro.
before I hop
Yeah,
off
I
for
don't
today,
know.
I'm gonna restock on power rails. Okay, here's my auction, and I'm getting off for the day.
He's at 16 mil.
Okay, I logged on and it didn't even
Oh,
say how much
20
money I
mil.
made,
He's
but I'm
almost
up to
done.
20 mil. So looks like we're almost there. Let me see what sold. Pretty
Bro,
much everything.
The thing
for-
is, he could do this exact same method all the way to 100 mil. And, I mean, because he would have to just do it 4 times longer. But he'd probably, I mean, the money he makes is getting faster and faster. And if he can start doing shulker boxes, it might be even faster. But he'd probably have to do something other than black concrete, because that just takes too long to mine. But, what else was I about to say? I forgot. I don't even remember what else I was about to say. I don't know. Yeah, forget it. Oh yeah. But if you wanted to go from like 100 mil to like 1 bill, that might take a lot longer. I feel like he'd have to find some sort of new method than that, or for that. Maybe he'd have to go back to gear enchanting. Maybe somehow get some villagers to the island, which I do not think is possible.
We're actually selling booms now. Okay, and I also got all my tropical fish. So I'm gonna breed all my axolotls. Okay, I think they're all full. Now I'm gonna bucket them all up and sell them since I'm almost at 25 mil. I'm also gonna sell back the rest of these tropical fish. Okay, all my axolotls are up on the auction house. I'm also gonna relist this purple concrete. And while all these axolotls sell, I'm also gonna mine black concrete. I'm also gonna sell some white concrete. Oh, never mind, I'm at the max. These axolotls aren't selling, so I might just sell them to orders. This will be 500k. I'm also gonna restock on gold.
we lost
Not gold
profit.
powered rails. There's currently none on the auction, so I'm gonna sell them for like 250k a stack. I'm also gonna mine on my enchanting table and sell all these books. And these are gonna sell for 220k. 22 mil. I can actually sell this purple concrete to orders for 140k, might as well. And I'm gonna sell these leftover mending books and this gold.
You
up
may
to
as well just
23
sell
mil.
everything he has left on the island. Sell the. Oh wait,
I
did he
also
sell
have
it?
some leftover
He sold his
sand
enchanting
I can
table?
sell and
Bro!
gravel. Bro, I'm like 700k off. I should be able to sell my pickaxe for
He's selling his pickaxe.
290K.
Yo, he's selling every last
And the
drop
rest of my
that
black
he has.
dye. Just want to buy my pick. I'm 400k away. I can sell this black concrete to orders for 200k. Bro, I need 80k. Maybe
He's
these
about-
power rails to orders.
Okay, this
Okay,
is
not
it.
quite. I need
He's
20k.
like 2K.
My golden apples will give me 7k. Bro, I'm so close.
There we
I told him
go.
about my green dye and I did it. 0 to
W.
25 mil from only a small
So how
end
long did that
island.
take him? It looks like he played for 79 days and 20 hours at the end. And before, that only took him 4 hours? No way. This might be the new method. This guy, y'all should just take notes from him. Maybe it's not going to be the method anymore now that it gets popular, but dude, it probably is still going to be popular. This is a great method.
Only a small end island. Thank you guys for watching and I'll see ya
Oh,
in the next
also-
video. Peace.
No, he died. Yeah, everybody subscribe to this guy. Like, this was such a genuine.
Going to see if I can make 100 million from Weeping Vines on the Donut SMP. This time, I want to be clear, I'm doing this as a personal challenge because I enjoy building farms, not because I think it's the new meta. I will still release it as a schematic, so whoever wants to can test it themselves. I will also show how many bones I put into the farm, and how much money I get back from filling orders, so you can tell yourself if it's actually worth doing. Now, let's go find a spot to build it.
Yo, why am I excited? And his scoreboard is covered up by my face cam. Great.
I'm gonna put together a really simple design, and figuring out why people don't use this farm.
Simple design, and then he makes the most intricate McDonald's design possible. What's the? You can put Weeping Vines on any block? I never even knew that. I never actually have even thought about Weeping Vines.
You probably guessed it, but this will never make 100 million. I've been standing here for a few minutes, and I have 2. Let's
Bro, he needs bone meal.
test if adding bone meal can make this worth it, and seeing the rates on how fast it produces the vines.
Bless you, thank you, guys.
Okay, now if I flick this lever, it should turn the farm on.
Wait, is one bone meal making it like 6 long or like 4 long? The cam is still covering, by the way. Yo, why is this scoreboard changing sizes? What the heck?
Okay, here's how much we got. Now, weeping vines sell for more than double fungus, but there's a catch. Now, with no cell multi, weeping vines can go for $5, while fungus goes for $2. One bone meal can grow the vines between 1 and 5 long, but when they're broken with pistons, they only have a 33% drop rate,
What?
leaving us on average with 1 per bone meal. And knowing that, this just became a lot harder. I'm not giving up though. I'm still doing it for the challenge, and I like building farms. So let's start. I'm gonna mine out a massive area here, so we can fit a huge version of this and get to 100 mil as fast as we can. Okay, now I'm going to start on the design. I'm thinking 2 stories, so there'll be one of these here and then another on top. And I'm thinking having a hallway down the middle and then having this side mirrored with this one.
I feel like I can think of a way better method. I bet I can think of a way better farm than this. Let me just give me a second to think. Well, first off, you can move the observers up a block. Wait. No, he doesn't even need the observers. Get rid of all the observers and just make it on a timer. Second, yeah, I don't know. That's the best I can do.
Huge version of this. Okay, now I'm going to start on the design. I'm thinking 2 stories, so there'll be one of these here and then another on top. And I'm thinking having a hallway down the middle and then having this side mirrored with this one.
What is that? Why random blocks in random places?
Okay, that's what we have so far. Now I'm just going to keep extending it and then make a collection.
Oh wait. Oh, he got rid of the observers. Yo, I might be one of the smartest Minecraft players of all time for that. Any other ideas you guys have to make this farm better than this design?
Okay, I've wired it up. Now I'm just going to load a little bit of bone meal in each dispenser to make sure it's working. Now that it's full, I'm going to switch it on.
He doesn't need that many dispensers. Well, how is he gonna bone meal each thing?
Okay, perfect.
Like how is he gonna bone meal multiple things? Like, oh, you mean like if he bone meals this one vine, it'll also extend the length of these 2 other vines? I feel like there's no way
I'm
that's
not
right.
going to make it 2-story now, but I'll make another one of these on the other side. Now, time to start in the collection area. Okay, this is working. Time to do the other side.
Yo, to the little kids that are spamming about /shop, no, I'm not making an SMP no longer Crystal PvP server. We're leaving everything as vanilla should be. And second, no, I'm not just removing it shop only in combat. That's just so dumb, and it's not vanilla enough. So that just makes it harder to use shop when people want to use it. We won't forget about this justice for Jay-Z. Oh my gosh, bro. All I did was wall up one of his shulkers. I gave him an elytra and he burnt it.
Now I'm gonna move this in
I'm done if shop's gone. Yo, y'all can all quit the server if shop is gone. I don't care.
because it will look a lot nice if it's just running down the middle. This is purely aesthetic and definitely pointless.
Why not just make shop more expensive? Because at that point, may as well just remove it. And I'd rather it just be vanilla items.
Okay, I've just dug this area out. Now I'm gonna quickly do the bone unloaders. Okay, I've got to start in both the crafters. I have 2 unloaders done. I'm still gonna need another 2, but I need to place down my skeleton spawners so that I have bones ready to fill this farm with. And all my spawners got found. On top of that,
Like I said, I don't play the server, but if you remove /shop, I would. All right.
my 72 module McDonald's farm got found. So now I'm down 2,000 skeleton spawners, which is
He just wants all
around
the praise.
2 billion. Alright, we're at my first bone loader. Let's grab out 1,000 skeleton spawners. Place them here.
Oh, he's gonna have 1,000 skellies for this.
1,000. Now to the next one. Place them here. And last one. 1,000. I'll put these away. Now I just need to AFK my bone loaders. So coming back to the farm, I found these 2 signs, and somehow the person knew it was me. So shout out.
What? I ain't going grief since it ain't finished. But this does look like something that Ravix would make. If this is Ravix, put it in your vid so I know. What the heck?
At this dude for not griefing.
You heard him, guys. Dr. Donut does
after-
not care about fans.
What? What are you talking about?
One night, I've just placed
I'm making the server better and appealing to more people by removing shop. I don't hate
What
fans.
if instead of
What?
removing shop, modify the shop? Upgrade the price and add a limited amount of loot player can get, like a daily amount per account.
Yo, Franklin, at that point, I may as well just fully remove the shop.
the skeleton spawners down. They got found. So I'm down like 1 billion. I've AFK'd this spawner a little longer. Now I've got over 2 million bones in it. And I've got rid of the other skeleton spawners
2
and just
million
left 1.
bones?
So I'm not risking anymore. Okay, the unloaders and the crafters are finished. Now I need to work down here.
What is
Donut,
this?
thank you for the raid last night.
Oh, you're welcome.
Didn't know you can raid on YT also, so I had to fix that.
Oh, bet.
Concert was pretty successful. Maybe more soon.
Yeah, no problem, bro. I hope you had a great stream. What is this on the top of his screen? Did he just edit this in?
All the weeping vines will come down here and they have nowhere to go. So we're gonna make a room for that.
Or is that a mod? He added a mod on the top of his screen?
Okay, so I'm thinking the control room will be here, so to turn it off and on. A chest room will be here, and then the other things we need, like
I
the
think
shop-
Pedro did it. I don't think Pedro would. Why would he? He would not add that.
Shulker crafter to load the vines will be here.
Did you see this on your own screen? Because if you didn't, I don't think
And then
Pedro
we
added
have
it.
the shulker loaders here. I would say let's start with the shulker loaders. Okay, I've just set this up quickly. I need to make sure that the items that come up here hit the chest here. So throw an item in here. And yeah, perfect.
You're covering money.
Now I'm going to make a shulker
He's
loader
not.
right here.
He's not making
So
money
the full
from his farm.
shulkers of weeping vines would be into this hopper. So now I'm going to link it up to that
Oh, it's a
side of
bug
the
from
room.
another server. That makes sense. Yo, to the guy who's spamming, make your zoom out more. It's cleaner. Chill, bro. No. Please don't remove shop. Everyone's gonna quit. So y'all are gonna quit because totems become more expensive. Okay, that's fine with me. If y'all want to quit because of that, that's completely fine. Because I know there is a lot more people who think that totems being free is dumb.
Alright, that's connected up now. The shulker will go through these hoppers.
Or is it dumb
go up
concept?
here, cross this line, and go into the chest. And then when the first chest fills up, this light will turn on. I can redo it for 1 second. Yeah, it will turn on. Now I've just made the shulker crafter. Okay, so I'm going to put my chests in here.
Totems are free, basically. Yeah.
And now my shulker shell's in here.
Totems are the same worth as like
Now if I go over here, do this.
4 logs.
It should start crafting. And when it gets
4
full,
oak logs.
it's going to power this and stop the circuit. Just like that. Okay, I've just linked up everything at the top. So just like my other farms, button to jumpstart the unloaders, We have a lever to turn on the farm. We have a chest to put the shulkers of bones in. They would then go to the top, feed into this
How do we get
storage,
stuff like
go-
crystals though? I feel like that'd be way too expensive. You get them just like how you do on every other server. No one's gonna crystal PvP if you remove shop. Yo, Gabe the MC, can you shut up, bro? You do not know what you're talking about. Chat, there are so many servers where people crystal PvP all the time.
Hi
He already-
Donut IJS joined. When are you removing shop?
I don't know, but have you ever heard of Vanilla Plus? There's literally hundreds of PvPers every single day, and there's only 100 players max that are even on the server in the first place. PvPers are still gonna PvP, and
Up.
like on completely vanilla servers
Yeah.
with no teleporting or homes, it's the same thing. People have so much loot.
around, and then back into storage.
So
And
y'all
when it's
are thinking it's gonna be like, oh, if I remove shop, that means there's gonna be no crystals, no totems. That's not true. You're just gonna get them from the auction instead of shop.
empty, the current is only going off when the unloaders need.
Just make it cost more, don't remove it. But at that point, I may as well just remove it so that it's more vanilla. Like people get them through vanilla means.
the bones.
I feel like that's
This is super
way-
messy,
makes
but I don't
way
think
more
anyone's
sense.
crazy enough to build this, so I didn't really focus on it. So then we have the crafters. Once these get full, it will tell the signal to stop crafting the bone meal until it needs more. Now, let's go get some bones and see if it works. Okay, this should be enough just to test the farm.
Man, chat, we would only
Let's
we would
go
only
try.
remove shop if the mob spawn rates
here.
are better and
Now they go up.
if the server border is infinite.
And now they're
We
gonna
wouldn't
go into the
we wouldn't
loaders.
do it otherwise. We wouldn't just remove it
Now
like
that
if the
they're
mob
all
spawn
full,
rates were terrible.
It stopped asking for more. Now if we press the button, it should place the shulkers with the bones in it. Yep, perfect. Okay, now it should start crafting. And should be filling up the farm. Now that it's done crafting,
How would
let's
you
turn
deal
it
with
on.
PPL loading up on shop RN?
We wouldn't. You have a Dory Soy with the 5 Canadian. Thank you, bro.
Hi Donut, if you remove shop, I don't care. I will still play and I will love your server chat. Pay Dorisoil if you want shop to stay.
Thank you, bro.
As we can see, it's definitely working. There is a change of plans though. I was going to fill orders, but no one has good orders for Weeping Vines. I would get more money if I just sold them normally. So if I just sell this, it's 200k. But since I have to
Andres,
sell them
what is that emote? Dr. Water?
normally now, it's going to take me
Bro.
way longer. Yeah, this farm is probably going to make me lose money, but whatever. Okay, I'm going to need the machine empty now, so I'm going to leave it on, and while that's draining, I'm going to work on the design.
You might as well expand the end and another if you're going to remove shop.
I agree. And then here it is. The McDonald's farm is done.
Okay, so the farm is fully completed now. I'm just going to sell everything I have so far. Okay, so that got us almost a couple million. Now I need to fully load this
Remove
farm up
crates
with bones.
as well, Mr. Vanilla.
Time for the worst part, throwing 2 million
I am removing
bones.
them soon.
Okay, that's finally done.
But not the
Now,
items inside them.
What I'm going
Just
to do
try it, and
is
if it
move all
fails,
these bones
you can always
to the farm.
revert back
Also,
to
for a
it.
pro tip, use
Just
your ender
do
chest
what
to
you
move
want at
stuff.
the end of the day.
So much easier.
Yes, exactly. Yo, thank you, bro. Thank you for the $5.
And I'll just press the button to get the crafters going. Now it's time to leave the farm
No,
on
Kevin, I said I wouldn't remove the items inside them. You can
overnight.
still get the items,
and
but not.
hopefully
not
overnight I'll
keys
get
and
100
crates.
mil, but I think it's going to need longer. Let's see. Okay, bad news. Someone has been here overnight and sold everything,
Pro.
or the servers have glitched out and it's rolled back.
I would like
I'm not sure.
shop to be gone. It's
Yo,
gonna more fun.
The servers did not roll back, bro. Someone look right
what
there.
happened.
Wait, this is all. I would like slash shop to be removed. It's more fun. That's I kind of agree.
Dr. Do It, I keep getting kicked on Bedrock. When typing in chat at can your PLS fix this? Now I can't play otherwise.
I don't know how to fix it. Can you create a ticket in the Discord with a clip of what's happening and then yeah.
To
hopefully-
Mr. 2 Donut.
Hopefully it'll get fixed.
But the place isn't griefed. So, could have been the guy that left the signs, So now I can't give an exact number for how many bones I put into the machine, but I'm still going to turn it
IM
back
you how
on.
do you sell items and open TP menu.
You can type commands in the chat. So type /sell if you want to sell items, and then type /TPA space and the name of the person you want to teleport to, if you want to teleport. And if you're talking about the RTP menu, just type /RTP.
And hope for the best. I'm sorry guys, but I have even worse news. When I got on, I caught the guy in my base. Turns out he was selling everything. Now, I tried to make a deal with him, giving him 10 million just to let me be. Now, he did agree to this, but when I ended up selling, he wasn't too happy about it and started questioning me on why I did that. On top of this, I went to my last bone loader that I had, and that was also raided. So I've lost 2 bone loaders,
His skellies.
my main base, a 72 McDonald's pickle farm, and someone found this farm. And I lost 3,000 skeleton spawners. So I thought I'd give it a couple days, just to let the dude chill out and realize that I'm not using it anymore. But when I TP'd back to it, this is what I found.
Oh my griefed. Yo, Dr. Donut on top with the gifted sub. Thank you so much, bro.
Now, I would build this all again, but this farm is so bad. It would have cost me around 3.9 million bones to gain $100 million from Weeping Vines.
And how many bones did he have from a full 1,000 skellies? How many bones was that? Didn't he say it was like 1,000,000 bones? So it'd only take like 4 days to get 100 mil? Yeah, that's low-key trash, right? Oh, he had 2 million. Oh wait, no, he had, okay, so he had 2 million. So yeah, that would only take him like 2 days. 2 days to get 100 mil? I'm guessing with that many skellies, you may as well just put it into other stuff.
So because of this, I have to give up.
Yeah, but shout out to McDonald's guy, Ravix.
I'm going to see if I
In this video, I'm going from nothing.
Imagine a country where bombing and starving children isn't just a tactic of war, tests for the right to rape prisoners of war. Imagine a country that uses a false victimhood narrative as a weapon to justify ethnic cleansing and genocide. Have you imagined that country? You're imagining the Jewish state of Israel. The word evil isn't a word that should be thrown around lightly. Evil is something unique. It's knowing that something is wrong, doing it anyway, and reveling in that. It's taking joy in the suffering of the innocent and defenseless. It's the deliberate destruction of what is good and beautiful. And in this video, I'll be showing why Israel is the most evil country on earth today. Israel's evil goes back to the very beginning. It was founded as a Jewish state on land that was majority non-Jewish. The very beginning of Israel is a story of betrayal, terrorism, and racial extermination. In the early 1900s, Zionists were originally led into Palestine by native Palestinians with open arms. Palestinians at the time failed to understand the gravity of what the Zionist movement truly wanted for their land. It was the biggest mistake they ever made, and one they've been regretting since. When control of Palestine was passed from the Ottoman Empire to the British Empire after World War I, Zionist terrorism truly began. The Palestinians were betrayed by their guests, and Jews stole street after street, town after town. In this sense, turning from refugees to attackers, Zionists were the original rape-fugees. Even the British tried to step in to stop the excesses of the Zionist movement. The Jews responded with the King David Hotel bombing in Jerusalem, murdering over 91 people, many of them British. After World War II, the British Empire slowly collapsed and released its colonial territories. The UN then stepped in to divide Palestine into a Jewish and Palestinian state. However, the powers in control of the UN, like the United States and Britain, clearly favored the Jews and Zionists over the native Palestinians. The Jews were handed most of Palestine's fertile land, critical resources, and fresh water. The Palestinians tried to fight back in 1947 but were defeated, with many of them being ethnically cleansed from Palestine entirely. It's estimated that at least 750,000 were expelled from their homes. This event today is known as the Nakba, the catastrophe. Many of those expelled fled to the Gaza Strip, which is the hotspot of the current Israel-Palestine war. Since the 1940s, Israel has never offered a good faith deal to the Palestinians. All deals are like those offered by the UN, clearly in favor of Israel and used to solidify the Zionist stranglehold over the region. Naturally, this has resulted in many Palestinians abandoning the idea of diplomacy entirely and turning instead to guns and bullets. This is how Hamas was created. As we see today after October 7th, Israel uses the backlash to their genocidal policies as further justification for genocide. But of course, if Palestinians weren't resisting, they would still be targeted for genocide. A perfect demonstration of this is the occupied West Bank, run by the disarmed and compliant Palestinian Authority. Israeli settlers proudly steal Palestinian homes and kill civilians there without a second thought. One Israeli went viral for telling a Palestinian, "If I don't steal your home, someone else will."
You are stealing my house.
And if I don't steal it, someone else is gonna steal it.
No one is allowed to steal it, ya ammi.
So, whether they fight or behave compliantly, Palestinians are backed against the wall. To give a list of Israel's crimes at this point in time is too long to list. The endless videos of starving and burning children should serve as an example of this brutality. The world is seeing its first live-streamed mass murder, a new black mark on human history. Estimates in Gaza today range from 100,000 killed to over 400,000 killed, and that number is continuously rising. We won't know the true number until Zionism falls and a neutral, independent investigation is done. Either way, the casualty numbers at this time are immense. Israel has dropped over 100,000 pounds of bombs on Gaza, exceeding many of the largest bombings in World War II combined. Now, Israel justifies its actions as self-defense, but an actual look at Israel's state ideology reveals the true cause of this disproportionate killing. Israel is a Jewish supremacist state that sees non-Jews as subhuman animals unworthy of life. Their justifications of non-Jewish inferiority are both racial and religious. In a televised speech, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu told Israelis, "You must remember what Amalek has done to you." Amalekites were a people in the Bible that Jews think must be destroyed. Defense Minister Yoav Gallant said Israel was fighting human animals in a speech announcing a complete siege on Gaza. These statements and others like them are currently being used as evidence against Israel in legal cases alleging genocide. All of these speeches show the core of Zionist mentality. Murder, rape, and torture, even against children, are all valid as long as the enemy is non-Jewish. Israel is perhaps the first country in history where civilians rioted for the right to rape prisoners of war, men and women. A useful exercise here is comparing the civilian casualties in the Russia-Ukraine war to the Israel-Palestine war. Despite the Russia-Ukraine war lasting a year and a half longer and dealing with much higher populations, the civilian deaths on both sides combined are around 20,000. The civilian deaths in Gaza today are at a bare minimum 100,000 and could be as high as 400,000. Both wars are using the same weapons and technology, so Israel can't claim these deaths have been necessary. They are 100% deliberate and a strategy of war being employed by Israel. Civilian deaths are the point of Zionism. Palestine can't be racially Jewish if Palestinians are living there. We could also look at the number of journalists killed by Israel. More than 240 journalists have been killed by Israel in Gaza since October 7th, more than all journalists killed in all post-World War II conflicts combined, including Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, Vietnam, Yugoslavia, Korea, and Ukraine.
The Arabs will move. Why do you say that? So we don't give them food, we don't give the Arabs anything. They will have to leave. The world will accept them.
For the last year and a half, many people across the world have been asking the blaring question, how is Israel able to get away with all of this in the eyes of the international community? How does the rules-based international order allow this? Unlike what Israeli propaganda would have people believe, Israel's continued survival isn't become of some magical Jewish superiority. Even now, the IDF is suffering severe losses in its war despite all of its advantages. No, Israel is able to do what it does because of the unqualified backing of Western governments and media. Consider Israel's recent aggression on Iran, bombing Iran's nuclear scientists and facilities. In its attack, Israel used American, British, French, and German weapons to assault Iran, and then had these governments help defend them when Iran inevitably retaliated. The US used nearly a quarter of its most advanced missile interceptors against Iran, all to defend Israel. Let's look more generally. Israel is given tens of billions of dollars of military equipment like this every year by Western states. This is achieved through a combination of political capture of our governments through lobbying, and propaganda which keeps the general public from getting too angry about it. Conservatives like to lie to their audiences that Israel is defending the West from Islam. The clearest reason this is wrong is that Israel's motives aren't motivated by religion, but race. Palestinian Christians are also being massacred, and Israel is happy to support Islamic terrorists like ISIS as long as their targets are Israel's enemies. Let me ask you a simple question. When Israel drops a bomb on a refugee camp full of kids, do you think it matters to them what religion the kids are? But conservative politicians and influencers aren't the only problem here. Many liberals invoke anti-Semitism as a license for Jews to slaughter whoever they want. Some liberals frankly worship Jews as a group that can never do wrong. This kind of excusing of all of their actions is why Israel can do what it does. One of their favorite lines is, "It's not Israel, it's just Netanyahu and his extremist government."
No, it's false. Pure fiction.
Poll after poll shows that Jewish Israelis are horrible people who are quantifiably much more cruel and immoral than pretty much every other population on Earth. They think Netanyahu is being too merciful. Here's a clip from one of Israel's most popular podcasts, Two Nice Jewish Boys.
No one actually gives a shit. Zero people in Israel, if you go up to them and you're like, do you care if this baby in Gaza gets polio? They'll be like, I don't.
Yesterday we went to a concert in Erkon Park. We had lots of fun. Me and my girlfriend, and you can't help but think like it's nice to know that you're dancing in a concert while hundreds of thousands of Gazans are, you know,
homeless,
like sitting in a tent and eating.
Makes it even better. That's what people don't understand. Look, like, I know that you guys might be appalled by this, some of the listeners, but seriously, this is how Israelis feel.
This is how Israelis feel.
Now, all of that is bleak, but it should be noted that in spite of Israeli propaganda, Western people of all political persuasions have turned against them. What's remarkable is how the issue has united people of all political backgrounds. People may disagree on some things, but they can agree that Israel is out of control. This trend is especially true of Western youth, who've seen endless videos of Israeli crimes firsthand on social media, on top of seeing the heavy-handed Israeli censorship of pro-Palestine voices at the same time. The last Israel supporters are people over the age of 60 who get all of their information through Zionist networks like Fox News. The New York Times is one example of a Zionist media outlet disguised as a neutral one. Whenever describing Israeli atrocities, it deliberately uses passive language. People starved in Gaza. Children shot in Gaza. Palestinians dying. It doesn't mention who's doing these things to the Palestinians. The reason why this isn't rocket science. The New York Times executive board is full of literal Israelis and IDF soldiers, as well as American Jews who support Israel. This infographic here tells the story. Politico, Die Welt, and Business Insider were also recently exposed as requiring a loyalty oath to Israel to work at them. People need to know just how controlled by Zionists many of our biggest media outlets are. The United States is the most obvious country keeping Israel afloat. The US government provides not only military aid, but economic and diplomatic cover for Zionism. The foreign aid that America gives Jordan, Egypt, and other Arab states is essentially bribes to keep these countries pro-Israel. As we saw recently in June, America has been belligerent to Iran and Yemen on behalf of Israel to the point of bombing them. If the United States ended all of its support for Israel today, Zionism would collapse. America acts as direct life support, keeping the Israeli system going. This Western support for Israel is why the "I don't care about either side" guys are so absurd. If you live in the West or Western Europe, your government has already picked a side and is propping it up. If you truly opposed both sides, you would be against Israel only, since that is the side you're actually connected to. Our countries are directly involved in this, whether one likes it or not. I discuss more about the Israeli control of the American government in my last video on Israel, but to summarize, it's mainly through using the massive wealth of powerful Zionists to buy politicians and elections. Simultaneously, anti-Israel voices among the people are controlled by censorship. Consider how TikTok was briefly one of the most anti-Israel platforms online. In response to this, it was directly threatened and censored by the US government. Now TikTok has put a Jewish Zionist and former IDF soldier to draft its hate speech policy.
I grew up in a traditional Jewish household, but in an untraditional decision, after graduating from Michigan, I made Aliyah and enlisted in the Israel Defense Forces. I spent the next 2 years serving as a Madrichat Shirion, an instructor in the Armored Corps. To many, this might seem like a contradiction. For a woman who identifies as liberal and progressive to be a Zionist so committed as to join the IDF, for me, these two identities go hand in hand.
Zionists have a heavy hand in the tech industry. The CEO of Palantir, Alex Karp, is another Zionist who's pledged to use his company's surveillance apparatus to censor anti-Zionism. Karp and Palantir work closely with the White House and the administration of Donald Trump.
So what do you think about the use of artificial intelligence, or Lavender, by the IDF in identifying Hamas targets?
Look, I'm not without going into all the I'm not on top of all the details of what's going on in Israel because my bias is to defer to Israel.
This is a huge aspect of Israel's evil. They know what they're doing is wrong, and they know that we know that what they're doing is wrong. But rather than change policy, they want every non-Jewish voice silenced. It's clear today that Israel is planning to commit and finish its genocide of the Palestinian people and just hope they can get away with it. They're facing extreme resistance, and the Palestinians have shown they won't go out without a fight. Palestinian resistance fighters continue to take out IDF soldiers every day. Part of the reason Israel targets civilians so much is because their military struggles against actual trained soldiers. And it's not just Hamas fighting back. Iran fought heroically against aggression from both Israel and the United States, launching missiles into Tel Aviv as the world cheered. The Houthi resistance movement in Yemen has also proven a fierce opponent of Israel, and boycotts around the world by Western people have also had an impact. The fact that they want to ban the BDS movement in entire countries speaks to the impact that even common people can still have. But it remains to be seen what, if anything, Western governments will do to stop Israel. The public in the US, Germany, and other countries with Zionist governments have turned against Israel. But Zionist politicians are playing every trick in the book to keep the aid flowing. How long these tricks will last is unknown. For us in the United States, the only way out of this hell is to support anti-Zionist politicians. For my part, I will never support a Zionist, regardless of what other issues I agree with them on. From here on out, Zionism should be treated like pedophilia. It is an utterly disqualifying position for any politician or political movement. Israel is the most evil country on earth, and it's time to treat it as such.
Never, never, ever believe Israeli figures. I've been in the government too long to know that the Israelis are patent liars. In their intelligence community, in their propaganda community, certainly, and in their leadership, they are inveterate liars. Let me say that again. They are liars. So you can't believe anything that comes out of Jerusalem.
This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. Please leave a comment letting me know your thoughts on all this. If you'd like to support the channel, consider donating through the link in the description. As always, I will see you in the next video. The Russia-Ukraine war is perhaps the most geopolitically important event in our lifetimes. Yet, it's also one of the most misunderstood. While many people today think this war began out of nowhere in 2022, the true roots of this conflict go back decades, and the causes of the conflict involve much more than just Ukraine and Russia. America, the United Kingdom, and NATO have their fingerprints all over this war from start to finish. Before and since 2022, NATO governments led by the United States have poured hundreds of billions of dollars into the Ukrainian government. As of today, we can say that this is a true proxy war between Russia and the leading members of NATO. Those aren't just my words. The new US Secretary of State Marco Rubio admitted this.
And frankly, it's a proxy war between nuclear powers, the United States helping Ukraine and Russia.
The extent of American involvement is to such a high degree that it may be more accurate to call this the Russia-America War than the Russia-Ukraine War. Therefore, knowing the history of the relationship between Russia and the United States in recent decades is of paramount importance to understanding this conflict. Many people trace the origins of the war to the 2014 Maidan Revolution, which overthrew the pro-Russian government of Ukraine and installed a pro-NATO one.
This is about the future you want for your country. This is about the future you deserve.
But the origins of this conflict actually go all the way back to the Cold War. We cannot understand this war without looking at the whole story from past to present. In this video, you'll see the full picture of the Russia-Ukraine war, and ultimately, who's really to blame. The Soviet Union dissolved in 1991 after practically all of its constituent republics declared independence. Russia was one of these countries, turning over a new leaf from the Soviet system and ready to try something new. Leadership of the new Russia was taken up by Russian politician Boris Yeltsin, who would lead the country from 1991 to 1999. Yeltsin had a vision to pursue friendly relations with the US and end hostilities with NATO. Yeltsin believed that under his leadership, Russia would be welcomed with open arms by the Western world. He thought this would lead to a new age of prosperity in Russia. But reality ended up being extremely different from Yeltsin's vision. The dissolution of the Soviet Union left Russia in an extremely weak diplomatic and economic position. In 1992, the Russian Jewish politician Yegor Gadar became prime minister. He pledged to improve the Russian economy through a mass economic privatization policy known as shock therapy. Russia's state industries and social programs were to be rapidly liquidated and sold to the highest bidder. This plan was endorsed by the International Monetary Fund, the US Treasury, and the Clinton administration. As shock therapy was implemented, Western financiers and oligarchs with ties to organized crime used international banking loans to buy out Russian companies at dirt cheap prices. At the same time, Russia was undergoing inflation that depressed the wealth of native Russians, meaning they couldn't realistically compete for shares of the pie. As a result, many today call this period the looting of Russia. Not only did shock therapy fail to improve the Russian economy, Russia entered a full-blown state of crisis. In the 1990s under Yeltsin, Gadar, and other American-supported politicians, Russia's industrial production and national income declined by half. The price of goods skyrocketed, and millions of Russians lost their savings due to out-of-control inflation. This economic crisis came with social crisis. Drug abuse, prostitution, and crime rose to record levels. Simultaneously, life expectancy collapsed to new lows. The doom spiral got even worse in 1994 when terrorists and separatists in the region of Chechnya launched an independence war that killed thousands. You may have seen this meme that states many negative statistics about Russia. This is actually citing statistics from the 1990s, many of which have drastically improved in Russia since then. This meme is deliberately meant to mislead people about modern Russia, but nevertheless, it does show how rough the 1990s in Russia were. By 1996, the Russian Jewish oligarch Boris Berezovsky openly boasted in an interview that he and 6 other bankers controlled over 50% of the Russian economy and most of the country's mass media. The term, the 7 bankers, became popular across Russia as symbolic of the Yeltsin government's corruption. The US ambassador to Russia, William Burns, wrote in a letter in 1994, "Winter in Russia is not a time for optimists, and in some respects the popular mood here mirrors the descending gloom. Born of a mood of national regret over the loss of superpower status and an equally acute sense that the West is taking advantage of Russia's weakness." By the late 1990s, a new rift emerged in American-Russian relations: NATO's eastward expansion. Starting in 1999, Eastern European countries such as Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary all joined the NATO alliance. This was widely seen in Russia as America reneging on its promise not to expand NATO eastward. This promise was made during negotiations in 1990 over the reunification of Germany. Transcripts of the meetings in Moscow at the time show that US Secretary of State James Baker told Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev that there would be ironclad guarantees that NATO wouldn't expand 1 inch eastward. The article, NATO Expansion, What Gorbachev Heard, from George Washington University says, US Secretary of State James Baker's famous not 1 inch eastward assurance about NATO's expansion was part of a cascade of assurances about Soviet security given by Western leaders to Gorbachev. Discussions of NATO in the context of German unification negotiations in 1990 were not at all narrowly limited to the status of East German territory, and subsequent Soviet and Russian complaints about being misled about NATO expansion were founded in written contemporaneous memcons and telcons at the highest levels. To put it simply, American and NATO officials did tell Soviet officials that NATO wouldn't expand eastward. However, when America was in a stronger position, this promise disappeared. NATO apologists often defend these actions by claiming that there was never an agreement in writing on NATO's expansion eastward, but this ignores the fact that America had deliberately misled and taken advantage of Russia's trust, acting in bad faith and damaging American-Russian relations. There's a saying that you're only as good as your word, and America had broken theirs. Russia may have taken the expansion of NATO more lightly if it weren't for another major event in 1999, the NATO bombing of Yugoslavia.
The first bombing of its kind in NATO history. On March 24, 1999, Western nations carried out their threat against Serbia and began the biggest military conflict on Serbian soil since World War II.
This was the first time NATO used military force without the approval of the UN Security Council, and thus international legal approval. This showed that NATO would operate not only as a defensive alliance, but an offensive alliance that had no problem bombing sovereign states it disapproved of. Russia observed all of this and never forgot it. Even the famous Russian writer Alexander Solzhenitsyn decried the action, saying, "NATO has proclaimed to the whole world, might is right. Those who are strong are always right." He added that it was the destruction of a beautiful country in full view of humanity, while civilized governments applaud this. Not only Russia, but many countries across the world opposed these actions by NATO. It was a serious departure from what NATO claimed to stand for, and people would not quickly forget this. As Russia was reeling from the 1990s chaos, in the year 2000, Vladimir Putin became president of the country. Putin began implementing policies very different from his predecessor Yeltsin. He led economic and criminal reforms, including a crackdown against many of the worst oligarchs who had looted Russia in the 90s. Boris Berezovsky, who had bought up Russian media outlets during shock therapy and bragged about how his clique of 7 bankers controlled over 50% of the economy, fled Russia to Britain in fear of a criminal investigation. Yegor Gadar, the prime minister architect of shock therapy, fled Russia to Ireland and later Ukraine. Those who didn't or couldn't flee, like Mikhail Khodorkovsky, who had bought majority stakes in Yukos Oil Company during the looting, was thrown in prison for 10 years. Keep in mind he was the richest man in Russia at the time. Putin's crackdown and reversal of shock therapy was the biggest transformation in Russian politics since the fall of the Soviet Union. As the 2000s progressed, the 90s were left behind and the Russian economy and standard of living improved. Life expectancy rose, drug and alcohol abuse fell, and the economy grew. President Putin enjoyed enormous political power and an approval rating of over 80%. You might think that American politicians would be happy that a country in chaos, suffering immense hardship, had successfully recovered itself, but it was the opposite. Despite these successes, distrust between the United States government and Russia only grew. When a new Chechen separatist war broke out in August 1999, the American state openly supported the rebels. The foreign minister of the Chechen separatists, Ilyas Akhmedov, was allowed to visit the US State Department. But even with this American support, Russia successfully put down the revolt and reincorporated Chechnya as part of Russia. It was a major military victory for Putin, and only increased his popularity. Now, let's quickly review. In the decade after the Soviet Union collapsed, America had supported shock therapy policies that demolished Russia's living standards, given moral support to Chechen separatism that often involved terrorism and the death of thousands of Russians, engaged in an offensive war against Yugoslavia without the approval of Russia or the United Nations, and had expanded NATO despite telling Russian officials it would not do that. Despite all of this, when 9/11 happened, Russia still declared full support to the US in fighting terrorism. America didn't seem to care about this gesture of goodwill. In 2004, NATO underwent another round of eastward expansion, this time taking in the Baltic states, Romania, and several other Eastern European countries. In 2005, President Putin complained to American diplomats, "You Americans need to listen more. You can't have everything your way anymore. We can have effective relations, but not just on your terms. In February 2007, he delivered a dramatic speech in Munich where he protested the continuous expansion of NATO.
It turns out that NATO has put its frontline forces on our borders, and we continue to strictly fulfill the treaty obligations and do not react to these actions at all. I think it is obvious that NATO expansion does not have any relation with the modernization of the alliance itself or with ensuring security in Europe. On the contrary, it represents a serious provocation that reduces the level of mutual trust, and we have the right to ask, against whom is this expansion intended?
Throughout the 2000s, a new trend began to emerge in Eastern Europe, America backing so-called color revolutions across the region. One of the first of these color revolutions occurred in none other than Ukraine in 2004. This revolution was known as the Orange Revolution. Its goal was to topple the pro-Russian government at the time and install a pro-NATO one. Does that sound familiar? Sources like The Guardian note in 2004, the campaign is an American creation, a sophisticated and brilliantly conceived exercise in Western branding and mass marketing that, in 4 countries in 4 years, has been used to try to salvage rigged elections and topple unsavory regimes. The Guardian was writing in favor of these color revolutions, but in doing so admitted that they're creations of the American government and are used to topple governments it doesn't like. Nevertheless, in 2004 the Orange Revolution in Ukraine succeeded in bringing the pro-NATO Viktor Yushchenko to power for 5 years. The success of the Orange Revolution set the precedent for future regime change in Ukraine. But that wasn't all. In 2003, the Georgian government was also overthrown by a US-backed color revolution known as the Rose Revolution. Like in Ukraine, it threw out a government that was friendly to Russia and installed one that was pro-NATO. Between 2003 and 2008, the US began arming and training Georgia to engage in war with Russia.
What's the point of all of this? Just to train them in the fundamentals of offense and defense.
Big overall question, why? Why is the US actually doing this?
Just to, I don't know why.
Allow me to answer that question for him. They were training the Georgian military to attack Russia. Tensions came to a head in 2008 when the Georgian government invaded the pro-Russian separatist region of South Ossetia. Georgian forces attacked Russian peacekeepers, starting a war which Russia decisively won in 5 days. NATO apologists today call this a Russian attack, but the EU investigation into the conflict later concluded that the America-backed Georgian government had started the war. Even the EU concluded that Russia didn't start this conflict. Reuters reported in 2009, Georgia started a war with Russia, a report supported by the EU. As you can imagine, after this debacle between Russia and Georgia, American-Russian relations were at their lowest point since the Cold War. The administrations of George W. Bush and his predecessor Bill Clinton had consistently treated Russia as an adversary. But in 2009, there was a new president taking office. A president who promised hope and change. Maybe this time things would finally be different. Barack Obama came into office in 2009. His administration claimed to want to reset relations with Moscow and put the negative relationship between America and Russia in the past. Secretary of State Hillary Clinton met with Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and pressed a fake reset button. At face value, this was supposed to signify a new era in American-Russian relations. Hillary Clinton even called it a fresh start. Was this finally the turning point? Sadly, it was not. In actuality, the policy of the Obama administration would be the exact same as every other American administration since 1990, seeking global domination. America was once again doing diplomacy in bad faith. Future events would prove this time starting in the Middle East. From 2008 to 2014, America and other NATO countries such as the UK and France continued backing color revolutions toppling governments across the world. Some of the most famous of these were the so-called Arab Spring, where governments in the Arab world were overthrown left and right. One such example was Libya under Muammar Gaddafi, a Russian ally. The rebels opposing him were directly backed by NATO air support, which bombed and sabotaged Libyan state troops. The US and UK governments had long hated Gaddafi and took their chance to kill him. Gaddafi ended up brutally murdered in the streets, and his country descended into complete chaos which continues to present day. The entire country of Libya was destroyed by NATO, again a supposedly defensive alliance. Another country at this time that faced turmoil from US-backed rebels was Syria, which descended into a civil war that also still continues to this day. While all these color revolutions were happening in the 2010s, another rift emerged between Russia and America-aligned countries. Large cultural differences grew on issues such as family values, Christianity, and LGBT. Between 2000 and 2020, Western countries liberalized social laws across the board. Gay marriage, gay adoption, you name it. America also became the pornography capital of the world, producing more porn than any other country and exporting it. Mass immigration brought America from a 90% white country in the 1950s to a 60% white country in 2020. And today, America is projected to be majority non-white in the 2040s. In Russia, the story was incredibly different. Russia strengthened laws against LGBT, most famously its landmark 2012 anti-gay propaganda law. This law effectively made gay activism illegal in Russia. LGBT adoption was banned, as well as the production and distribution of pornography. Abortion became more restricted, and the state encouraged ethnic Russians to have more children to protect their demographic future. In 20 years, Russia will still be a racially European country, unlike America. Furthermore, Christian identification in Russia actually grew, from 30% in the Soviet era to over 70% by 2014. Many Western countries followed in the same boat as America, becoming pro-gay, pro-mass immigration, and hostile to traditional understandings of religion. The world stage as we know it was set, and it would lead to the Russia-Ukraine war. In 2008, the U.S. ambassador to Russia, William J. Burns, wrote to Secretary of State Condoleezza Rice, "Ukrainian entry into NATO is the brightest of all red lines for the Russian elite, not just Putin. In more than 2.5 years of conversations with key Russian players, from knuckle-draggers in the dark recesses of the Kremlin to Putin's sharpest liberal critics, I have yet to find anyone who views Ukraine and NATO as anything other than a direct challenge to Russian interests." American officials were fully aware that Ukraine joining NATO was something that no one in the Russian leadership could tolerate, whether they be in Putin's circle or his liberal critics. Nevertheless, in 2014, the US government under Barack Obama backed the infamous Maidan Revolution in Ukraine. This revolution overthrew the Russia-friendly government of Viktor Yanukovych and replaced it with a pro-NATO government. John McCain, Victoria Nuland, and other American government officials were literally on the ground in Ukraine cheering as it happened. They didn't even bother to hide their involvement. Just a week before the coup occurred, there was a leaked phone call of Victoria Nuland speaking about the Ukrainian opposition as if she controlled it. When asked about how the EU would react to all of this, she replied, "F the EU."
So that would be great, I think, to help glue this thing and have the UN help glue it. And, you know, the EU.
No, exactly. And I think we've got to do something to make it stick together, because you can be pretty sure that if it does start to gain altitude, the Russians will be working behind the scenes to try to torpedo it.
That's how much she cared about European interests. And people listening to this in the EU area should seriously consider that. In response to this coup, the ethnic Russian regions of Ukraine such as Donetsk, Luhansk, and Crimea immediately rose up in rebellion against the new Ukrainian government. Kiev declared them all to be terrorists and launched what it called an anti-terrorist operation to destroy them. Russia, seeing the opportunity, gladly stepped in to back these separatists and annexed Crimea. Crimea had long been disputed between Russia and Ukraine, and this was seen by Moscow as the chance to settle the issue once and for all. A war began between the Russian-backed separatists of eastern Ukraine and the US-UK-backed government in Kiev. The New York Times reported plainly in 2024, The partnership between the CIA and Defense Intelligence of Ukraine began in late February 2014, so immediately upon the Ukrainian government changing. It was recently revealed in declassified documents that the CIA built 12 military bases on the front lines in Donbass, meaning America was already directly involved in the combat. The leader of the Ukrainian SBU later said these bases were the reason the Ukrainian state didn't collapse. What all this means is that Ukraine was already a total US proxy in 2014. Throughout 2014 and 2015, there were various attempts at diplomatic resolutions to the conflict between Russia and the new Ukrainian government. The most important were the Minsk Accords, which were supposed to halt the fighting and give Donetsk and Luhansk more autonomy as part of Ukraine. But these agreements broke down, with both sides accusing the other of violating them. German Chancellor Angela Merkel, who helped facilitate the Minsk Accords, later stated that they were an attempt to give time to Ukraine. One could interpret these remarks to mean that Ukraine signed the Minsk Accords in bad faith. The new Ukrainian government escalated the conflict to new heights by repealing the neutrality clause in its constitution that declared Ukraine would not join any foreign alliances. Ukrainian officials now stated their intention to officially join NATO. From 2014 to 2022, the war between the ethnic Russian regions of Ukraine and the Ukrainian government continued with no end in sight. Many Ukrainians spoke out against the Maidan Revolution, such as the journalist Olez Buzinia and the politician Oleg Kalashnikov. Pro-Maidan partisans on the website Miro Tvorets added dissidents like this to an online kill list where their personal information and addresses were published. As a result, they and dozens of others like them were gunned down in the street or found dead in suspicious circumstances. Even Western publications like Newsweek called for these murders to be properly investigated by Ukraine, but they never were. When Trump came into office in 2017, it was once again thought that things might change, that America and Russia could maybe bury the hatchet. But they didn't. The Trump administration continued very similar policies toward Russia as all of his predecessors. Despite all the false claims that Trump and Putin are friends, Trump as president took many steps to hurt and undermine Russia. His administration first pulled out of a nuclear missile treaty between America and Russia that had been in place since the Cold War. From 2017 on, he also began to actively arm the Ukrainian military. Donald Trump is often thought of as a non-interventionist or a peace president, but the historical record actually shows he's consistently engaged in warmongering actions. Today, he brags about how he sent weapons such as javelins to the Ukrainian government to kill Russians.
In fact, I was the one that gave the javelins. You remember the famous javelins? That was me. That wasn't Obama. It wasn't Biden. It wasn't anybody else. It was me. And they wiped out a lot of tanks with those javelins. And the expression was that Obama gave sheets and I gave the javelins. That was a big deal. That was the beginning when people said, wow, that's something. Well, that was American equipment.
All in all, Trump is really no different from past American presidents. In 2019, the RAND Corporation released a paper titled Extending Russia, which plotted a plan for America to weaken Russia. One of the chief parts of this plan was to continue arming Ukraine and to brainwash Europe into opposing Russia with America. They spoke about using mass media propaganda to turn the Western world into Russian enemies. In the reports section about Ukraine, it openly states in the risks section that Ukrainians could suffer immensely from America getting further involved in the region. They are, quite frankly, cavalier about expending Ukrainian lives to accomplish their goals. So by the time the 2020s rolled around, with Ukraine actively being funded and armed by the United States as they waged war on ethnic Russians, this is probably the moment Russian officials decided they would have to go to war with Ukraine. Ukraine was turning into a militarized anti-Russia battering ram, getting better armed and more dangerous every year. The New York Times confirmed this by releasing an article in 2025 detailing how since 2014, NATO military officials were directly training and arming the Ukrainian military. Finally, in February 2022, Russia entered the war directly on the side of its ethnic separatists. This began the conflict that makes headlines today. As the conflict escalated, NATO countries responded by getting rid of any ambiguity that they were with Ukraine and fully backed it as a proxy against Russia. America alone under genocide Joe Biden sent over $300 billion worth of weapons. It's been declassified that the post-Maidan Ukrainian state was fully dependent on the US militarily and economically. This means that despite the Russia-Ukraine war being framed as a war over sovereignty, Ukraine never had sovereignty to begin with. Russia came out of the Cold War as a new country that could engage in a fresh start. But from the beginning, it was hamstrung by aggressive financiers who wanted to plunder its resources. Then, when a Russian president defeated those financiers, America sought to undermine Russia in every conceivable way it could, whether it be supporting internal rebellions or destroying its allies. And today, Donald Trump has continued the policies of past American administrations, including even engaging in bad faith diplomatic outreach to Russia. Remember Hillary Clinton with the reset button. Secretary of State Pete Hegseth has gone on record telling Europe to rearm to fight Russia so America can focus on China. That is not de-escalation.
The U.S. is prioritizing deterring war with China in the Pacific, recognizing the reality of scarcity. As part of this, Europe must provide the overwhelming share of future lethal and non-lethal aid to Ukraine. This means donating more ammunition and equipment, leveraging comparative advantages, expanding your defense industrial base. As the United States prioritizes its attention to these threats, European allies must lead from the front.
Do you hear that, Europeans? America started this war, and now you need to finish it on the front lines. Die fighting Russia, just like the Ukrainians are. Europeans, please don't fall for this. So, who is the main party to blame for the Russia-Ukraine war? It's America. It's always been America. It will continue to be America until the American state ends its policy of seeking unipolar world domination. Russia isn't the country here seeking to dominate the world. And ultimately, what has the Maidan Revolution brought Ukraine? It's essentially been destroyed. And NATO is happy to feed as many Ukrainians to their deaths as it can, simply to hurt Russia. Hundreds of thousands have died, while millions of Ukrainians have fled and may never return. The Ukrainian economy is in tatters, while the Russian economy is growing faster than many European countries. The tens of thousands of sanctions which were meant to destroy Russia failed. The world has observed all of this. In 2024, another US-backed color revolution in Georgia failed. The Prime Minister of Georgia even declared, "There will be no Maidan in Georgia."
In the last 4 years alone, we have seen 2 attempts from overseas to stage and finance a revolution, but both failed. As a result, the 3rd attempt at a revolution will fail too. In Georgia, of course, there will be no Maidan. You know what Maidan has brought to Ukraine? Some people want a repeat of that scenario in Georgia, but there will be no Maidan in Georgia.
And while all this is going on, the American government, for all its attempts at world domination, has disgraced itself in the eyes of the planet with its backing of a genocide in Palestine by Israel. The Russia-Ukraine war didn't start in 2022. The fighting may have started in 2014, but the aggressive anti-Russian policies of America and NATO are the true cause of the conflict. NATO's record stands as follows: engaging in offensive actions against sovereign countries as a self-described defensive alliance, reneging on promises and assurances that were taken in good faith, sponsoring color revolutions that turned stable countries into civil war-ridden craters. The American, British, and French governments have continued all of this, with both Democrats and Republicans in office. So when people ask you, who's to blame for the Russia-Ukraine war? Now you know the answer. This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. Please leave a comment letting me know your thoughts on all this. If you'd like to support the channel, please consider donating. When the Soviet Union officially dissolved in 1991, it was a landmark event in world history. The United States emerged from World War II and the Cold War as the world's lone superpower. Hegemony is defined as the position of being the strongest and most powerful, and therefore able to control others. That is precisely what the US experienced in the 1990s. In the wake of the Soviet collapse, some Western commentators gleefully proclaimed that the end of history had occurred. They declared that the American system would dominate the world forevermore. However, fast forward 30 years to today, and things are looking very different from those predictions. In the 2020s, countries like China and Russia have re-emerged as powerful forces who act against Washington. Many countries no longer see America as a good or rational actor on the world stage. This viewpoint is increasingly shared even by countries considered democratic, like India and Brazil. Not only is America losing influence abroad, quality of life in America is objectively getting worse. To name just some metrics over the last decade, America is the only developed country where life expectancy is dropping. The birth rate is the lowest in history, while drug deaths and suicide, known as deaths of despair, are the highest in history. These realities are reflected in polls of how Americans see the state of the country. 2/3 say the country is getting worse every year. As of 2023, only 11% rate American morality as good or better, while over 50% rate it as poor. This means that roughly half of Americans think the country is morally bankrupt. In this video, I'll examine why the age of American world hegemony is ending, how other countries are reacting, and why these changes mark a new era of world history. We live in a time where so many people have fallen out of touch with their heritage. That's why I've partnered with this video sponsor, MyHeritage.com. MyHeritage is the leading global service for family history research. It gives you a fun and easy way to build your family tree and discover your family's origins. MyHeritage finds family members and records of your ancestors for you, even if you don't know much about your family's history. It pulls information from over 19 billion historical records, including photos and newspaper articles. MyHeritage also provides tools that let you colorize and animate old family photos. When I used the website, I was amazed at how much information it gave me automatically. As I said in the intro of the video, America has suffered catastrophic backslides on key areas that show the health of society. In foreign affairs, the world is also becoming more independent of American influence. There are many multifaceted reasons for this. The biggest major factor is internal. An ever-increasing number of Americans simply no longer support American power abroad. Many are even checking out of the idea of America itself. A big cause of this is that American institutions simply do not act in the interests of the majority population. While the American GDP continues to rise, this increase is mostly concentrated under multinational corporations and billionaires. In recent decades, the American economy has become extremely centralized under just a few monopolistic and duopolistic companies who own just about everything. Despite this supposed economic growth, the average American citizen has not seen their standard of living rise. This is reflected in polls that show how most citizens believe the economy is getting worse. It is, for them. One group is especially dissatisfied with the state of modern America: white Americans, the majority population, and they have ample reason to be angry. White Americans are discriminated against in employment and the university system, disempowering them from society. This is very consequential because universities are where a society's future elites are trained. This discrimination is so bad that in 2023, the Supreme Court ruled that universities had to end affirmative action policies that were discriminating against whites and Asians. Despite this ruling, top universities immediately announced that they would find ways to get around the decision. On the demographic level, white Americans are about to dip below 60% of the country's population for the first time in history. When told that more white Americans are dying than being born, many in America cheer.
Here's the results of the 2020 census just came out, and for the first time in American history, the number of white people went down.
It's become common knowledge that hate crime laws are rarely enforced when a victim is white, even when anti-white racial hate is obvious. White Americans have responded to all of these things with what can only be described as disaffection, and this has real consequences. The US Army can no longer reach its recruiting goals, and this is largely due to whites no longer signing up. To give some numbers, 44,000 white recruits joined the Army in 2018. But this number cratered to just 25,000 in 2023. In the same time period, whites went from 56% of new recruits to only 44%. Even military leaders attribute this to a drop in rural white recruitment. One Army official told Military.com, "There's a level of prestige in parts of conservative America with service that has degraded." But it's not just the military. The journalist Jeremy Carl wrote, "White college enrollment for 18 to 24-year-olds has dropped from 43% in 2010 to 38% in 2021, the sharpest drop for any major ethnic group. Enrollment is down sharply among white men, the group that has historically led America's institutions. Whites, as a percentage of medical students, are also well below their population numbers. Both Democrats and Republicans have done nothing to address these problems. Many white Americans are simply asking themselves, why should I care about a country that doesn't care about me? The answer, for an ever-increasing number, is that they owe America nothing. This is connected to another problem in America. The American system no longer produces strong families and communities at a level to sustain itself. Strong families produce citizens with good values and instincts who propel society forward. For a society to even reproduce itself, each family must have at least 2 children. But in America, this number fell from over 3 children per family in the 1960s to 1.7 today. To keep the population growing, the government has allowed in tens of millions of immigrants. But this mass immigration has its own negative consequences. Research like Robert Putnam's book, Bowling Alone, details how mass immigration reduces social trust and community participation. People like being able to trust that their neighbors are similar to them and share their values and history. That quality seems to have been lost in modern America.
Our research shows that the more diverse a community, the lower the level of social trust in that community. Volunteerism and philanthropy and civic engagement, involvement in the community, all of that tends to decline.
On top of this, mass immigration hurts the labor force and housing markets. Multinational corporations love it, since it lets them pay their employees far less. These policies continue whether Democrats or Republicans are elected. The only thing that could really change the status quo would be the rise of a third party, but this has proven extremely difficult. Third parties in America struggle to even get on the ballot or into debates, let alone achieve a majority vote. This is all made worse by the fact that in over 95% of American elections, the candidate with more money wins. Americans see this, and as a result, most hate Congress and believe the government doesn't represent them. According to one recent poll, a majority of Americans now believe the US government is a declining empire led by corrupt politicians. Now let's talk in terms of foreign policy. Despite the decline at home, the American establishment continues to support a form of American globalism, a system where America dominates the world and rewrites international law to its own benefit. But decades of American decline and disaffection has made this much more difficult. Even at the height of its power, the American government engaged in debacles like the Iraq and Afghanistan wars, where trillions were spent for little gain. In Afghanistan, the country had to be abandoned after 20 years because the American system failed to establish democracy there. Indeed, the democratic government they established was more useless than anyone could have imagined. Once American troops withdrew, it collapsed to the Taliban in just a month. For comparison, when America withdrew from Vietnam, South Vietnam held out for 2 years. Despite trillions upon trillions of dollars being spent on failures, the American government continues to spend more money on its military than the next 9 countries in the world combined. Meanwhile, the NATO alliance, while getting bigger with new members, does have growing cracks. America's surveillance state has acted indiscriminately to spy on both rivals and allies. Among America's friends, French and German leaders are the most commonly targeted with espionage. This begs the question of why this strong alliance relies on spying on its own members. Scandals like this have greatly damaged America's reputation, as it claims to be a champion of freedom. Instead, it's now become a popular saying, "It may be dangerous to be America's enemy, but to be America's friend is fatal." American leadership has further torched its international moral authority by offering endless support to Israel in its war on Gaza. American money and weapons continue to flow even as the Israelis commit some of the worst war crimes against civilians of the 21st century. Since 2023, America has given billions in aid to Israel, including over 15,000 bombs. These bombs were promptly dropped on Palestinian civilians. Despite the massive bipartisan backlash to these policies, US leadership has continued on and vetoed 3 UN ceasefire proposals. But even with full American backing, the combination of Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and the Houthis are putting the continuation of Israel's existence into question. China, Russia, and many others have all endorsed a Palestinian state to the outrage of Washington. And Russia and China are going beyond just words. In 2024, they took measures to reconcile Hamas and the Palestinian Authority in order to move forward with the creation of a Palestinian state. America, seen as a bad faith actor completely in bed with Israel, was ignored. It was once believed that Israel could stand on its own without America, but today it's obvious that the American system is propping Israel up despite the severe damage this causes to American interests and credibility. The international scholar John Mearsheimer tributes this to the power of the Israeli lobby over American politics.
Realist logic says that the United States should act in its own strategic interest, and it should pursue policies that make good sense for fostering the security of the United States. And because of the power of the lobby and the ability, therefore, of Israel to get its way in terms of shaping American policy in the Middle East, we end up doing things that are not in our national interest.
This only adds to the view of many that the rules-based international order just means rules for everyone except the US and Israel. It's not just American rivals who are on the move. The rest of the world has noticed America's decline and is responding accordingly. Even some countries that are American allies on paper are starting to change their standing. The nation of Hungary is a prime example. For over a decade, the Western establishment pressured Viktor Orban to accept mass immigration and transform Hungary into a multiracial state. Simultaneously, they attacked the country for its traditional family values and anti-LGBT policies. However, Viktor Orban refused to budge and suffered massive penalties for his principled stance. Today, Hungary is able to align itself with China and Russia to avoid such bullying. Unlike the EU, they aren't asking Hungary to become an immigrant or LGBT-friendly nation. They simply want cooperation. As a result, in 2024, China and Hungary signed a cooperation agreement. This came despite anger and threats from the US diplomat to Hungary, who threatened America would try to overthrow the Hungarian government for its actions. Behind closed doors, Hungary now considers the US an enemy due to its hostility to their values. Viktor Orban and Hungary have set the standard for how small nations can protect their sovereignty in the new multipolar world. When one power is trying to bully you, simply start working with others. The case of Hungary is a reminder that there are still many in the Western world who actually want to conserve their nations and not just sell them out. Other groups doing this include El Salvador under Nayib Bukele and Alternative for Deutschland in Germany. Bukele has thrown out American human rights considerations when dealing with El Salvador's drug cartels. Despite cries from American NGOs demanding that drug dealers be set free, Bukele's policies dropped El Salvador's crime rate by over half. This drove his approval rating to over 90%. It turns out, actually locking up criminal gangs instead of letting them terrorize society is a good idea. Meanwhile, AfD's platform in Germany speaks volumes. Their policies include making Germany a homeland for Germans and stopping mass immigration, protecting Germany's Christian culture, and depending less on America and becoming friendlier to Russia and China. Under this platform, they're now one of the most popular parties in Germany despite major suppression from the state. Among German youth, they are the most popular party. The German economy has greatly suffered from sanctioning Russia, who provided massive raw materials for their industries. Many Germans today are wondering exactly why they should consider Russia an enemy. After all, part of why the NATO alliance was created, in the words of its first Secretary General Lord Ismay, is to keep the Russians out, the Americans in, and the Germans down. I wonder why Germans might have a problem with that. The 2022 sabotage of the Nord Stream pipeline has only escalated this discontent. It's deeply ironic that America today uses its global power to push for feminism, LGBT, and mass immigration. During the Cold War, the US positioned itself as the champion of Christianity and family values against Soviet atheism. But today, it's China and Russia who say they stand for family values and heteronormativity. Both countries back this up by banning LGBT propaganda. Russia added the LGBT movement to its list of extremist organizations, and China has gone as far as banning depictions of feminine men in media. This presents a diplomatic problem for America since heterosexual values are the values of the vast majority of humanity. American leadership has responded to all of these problems with economic sanctions, a powerful weapon in their arsenal. According to the Washington Post, the US is currently sanctioning 1/3 of the states in the entire world. This is 3 times as many sanctions as applied by any other government or organization. In the 1990s, Iraq was starved into submission by American sanctions, but countries are learning more every year in how to dodge this problem. Mainstream outlets acknowledge that Russia's economy has resiliently weathered sanctions. Its oil exports have found new markets, and its gross domestic product is projected to grow a healthy 2.6% this year. Iran and China have also found ways to grow stronger despite sanctions. All 3 nations have replaced their dependence on embargoed markets with new markets in Latin America, Asia, and India. When measured by Purchasing Power Index, China's economy is now larger than America's. It's become clear that the American government's control over the global economy is not what it used to be. If you watched my video on the French Revolution, you know that when state debt reaches a point of no return, it usually spells doom for an empire. Starting this year, the US now spends more on debt service than defense, something that also came during the decline of the British Empire, the Ottoman Empire, the French monarchy, and more. Perhaps this metric is the most revealing about the fate of the American empire. So, to recap, America is in decline because it betrayed the very things that made it strong: white people and family values. While it presented itself as a champion of Christianity in the Cold War, it now spreads the opposite of Christian values globally. In the 2020s, not only has America lost its position as the world's sole superpower, the decline of quality of life within America is sending it into second world status. There's no doubt that America still remains a powerful force in the world, but the days of the unipolar moment are over. More sovereign states will now act in their own best interests rather than give blind deference to Washington. Instead of fighting this, America should work on fixing its own internal problems. Unfortunately, the Western establishment probably won't do this. They'll double down and call for more wars, more interventions, and demonize foreign powers instead of cleaning up their own mess. This may lead to war in the very near future. I want to make absolutely clear I stand 100% against any new US war abroad, regardless of the justification or excuse used. History is back in motion and the world is rapidly changing. Fortunately, this will present many opportunities for positive change in the future. Let's make sure we take advantage of those opportunities. This has been Pax, and thank you so much for watching. Please leave a comment letting me know your thoughts on all this. If you'd like to see more videos, please consider supporting the channel. Also, make sure to check out MyHeritage with the links provided below. As always, I will see you in the next video. What does Vladimir Putin want? It's the most important question of 2022. The Russia-Ukraine war is the most significant geopolitical event since the fall of the Soviet Union. It's the biggest military conflict on European soil since World War II. The initiator of the war, Russia, is led by its president, Vladimir Putin. He and his inner circle essentially rule Russia, and they have the backing of most of the population. Putin's unique among European politicians in that he actually wields serious power over his country. While in many countries, politicians take orders from corporations and NGOs, in Russia, it's the other way around. Putin is the one who gives the orders. Because of Putin's decision-making power, exploring his philosophy is absolutely vital to how we in the West should see this war and Russia as a whole. What are Putin's motivations? What does he want the future of his nation to look like? How does he view Russia's relationship with the West? All of these questions and more demand answers, and I'll be providing them in this video. Let me begin by saying that I understand the Russia-Ukraine war is very controversial. There are understandable points of view on both sides. Some people support Ukraine for a variety of reasons, some better than others. And some people support Russia for a variety of reasons, again, some better than others. However, we should note that here in the West, Russian media has been extremely censored, and the average person has really only heard the Ukrainian and NATO side of the story. Russian media has been banned from many social media platforms and even some countries. This hasn't done wonders for people's knowledge about Russia. There was a poll this year that found that 40% of Americans think that Russia is still today a communist country. Misinformation and misconceptions are absolutely rampant about Putin and Russia, and I want to do my part to clear things up. This video's goal is to cut through the red tape to honestly and rationally analyze Putin's worldview. This is the philosophy of Vladimir Putin. We can only judge a man by his words and his actions, so to begin to understand Putin, we have to look at these two things. Let's turn the clock back to February 24th, 2022. Putin gives the order for Russian troops to begin entering Ukraine and supporting the Russian separatists in the region. The night he gives the order, he gives a long speech declaring exactly why he made the decision. This speech has since been dubbed the Empire of Lies speech, as Putin uses this phrase to refer to American global hegemony. Some of the key points he made include, governments of Western countries have been creating fundamental threats to Russia through international subversion. The people ruling Western governments are not open to negotiation. They do not see Russia as an equal and demand to bend to their liberal beliefs. Western leadership ignores all agreements Russia doesn't have the power to enforce. For example, NATO's pledge not to expand eastward. The rules-based international order is a farce where international liberalism is forced upon the world. And finally, American allies like Germany and Japan are not sovereign, but glorified satellite states. Perhaps the most important thing about this speech is that it reveals Ukraine is almost an afterthought to Putin. His problem isn't necessarily with Ukraine, but its current government and the unipolar, liberal international order it's trying to advance. Now, just to be clear here, when I use the word liberal in this video, I'm referring to liberalism specifically. Liberalism is the political doctrine that believes politics should be centered around so-called human rights and individual freedom. Don't worry, I'll elaborate more as the video goes on. Putin believes that NATO, directed by the United States, is merely using Ukraine's government as what he calls an anti-Russia. The crisis has become, in his own words, life and death for the Russian state. He believes the Ukrainian government was plotting with NATO to weaponize the country against Russia, as well as to harm the Russian minority in Ukraine. And given how NATO leaders have turned Ukraine into basically a proxy war against Russia, there appears to be some truth to those claims. This is why he ordered the annexation of Crimea in 2014, and it's why he invaded Ukraine wholesale in 2022. Knowing the last 80 years of geopolitics is critical to understanding Putin's mindset here. The United States emerged from World War II as the sole global superpower. Every other major power in the world, on both sides of the conflict, was devastated. Former superpowers like Germany and Japan, on top of being devastated, also lost huge swaths of territory. This ensured that up until present day, both countries have basically been under American military occupation. Putin has even called out the bombing of Dresden and Hamburg in World War II as having no military necessity. He says it was merely done to destroy Germany and reduce its potential power in the future. After the dust of World War II cleared, only the Soviet Union rivaled the United States, but even they were never really in the same economic or military ballpark. After the Soviet Union dissolved in the 1990s, the gap between America's power and any of its potential rivals was arguably the widest between nations in human history. No one could compete with America. And for the last 30 years, American elites have used this dominance to project their radically liberal ideology to the entire world. The people who support this policy are generally called neoconservatives and neoliberals. But their actions have left many people and many countries asking the question, should the United States really be the world police? And is liberal democracy really all it's cracked up to be? Now, it's critical that we understand Putin's view of these last 30 years, and on the Soviet Union specifically. He has an interesting view of the Soviets. He famously said that its collapse was the greatest geopolitical disaster of the century. But contrary to what some think, Putin didn't say this out of any love for communism. Instead, it's because of what happened in Russia after the collapse. It's hard to understate just how laid low Russia was in the first post-Soviet decade. The Russian state was shattered and the economy entered rapid privatization. Inflation, unemployment, alcoholism, and suicide all skyrocketed. Western financiers descended on the country to buy up its bankrupt economy for pennies on the dollar. For Russians, it was a genuine catastrophe. And all this happened while Russia's liberal president, Boris Yeltsin, stood by and let it all happen. He ended up leaving office with an approval rating in the single digits. This was the democratic Russia that Putin inherited. It was under his leadership that Russia recovered from that horrible position. Now at this point, I think it's fitting to deal with the accusations that Putin is a communist. To know whether this is true, we merely need to look at how he governs Russia. Putin is clearly not a communist from both his words and his actions. He's denounced both communism and Lenin directly. He acknowledges the Soviet Union is gone and can't be recreated. The Russian government has partnered with the Orthodox Church and built statues to Tsarist-era figures, things unthinkable in the Soviet regime. One of Putin's political idols is the Tsarist-era reformer Pyotr Stolypin. He's famous for almost successfully reforming the Tsarist system. He hanged thousands of liberal and communist revolutionaries. However, he was assassinated in 1911 by a Jewish revolutionary who claimed he did it as revenge for anti-Semitism in Russia. One could argue that Stolypin's death opened the way for the 1918 revolutions that ended the Tsardom in Russia. Putin has always looked up to Stolypin as a model Russian statesman and personally commissioned a statue of him to be built in Moscow in 2012. Putin's government has also built monuments to other Tsar-era figures, including Tsar Alexander III and Grand Duke Sergei Alexandrovich. Grand Duke Sergei was yet another victim of leftist revolutionary violence, being killed by a bomber in 1905. Commemorating these figures shows that Putin stands firmly against the forces that created revolution in Russia. At the same time, Russian state media has created documentaries like the 2017 series Trotsky. It portrays the Bolshevik period as a time when non-Russians ruled over Russia. I've seen some commentators call this documentary an explicitly fascist piece of media. But this doesn't mean that Putin has entirely repudiated the Soviet Union. Russia holds a Victory Day parade every year to commemorate the Soviet victory in World War II, and the bodies of Lenin and other Soviet leaders still reside in Moscow. So, it's complicated. Putin believes that, for better or worse, the Soviet Union is part of Russian history. The good and the bad must be taken together. And even if he personally wanted to start wiping Russia clean of its Soviet symbols, the Russian public isn't ready for that anyway. What's clear in all this is that Putin sees the Russian Empire and the Soviet Union as manifestations of a powerful Russia, a Russia that was a sovereign world power. He wants Russia to have that kind of sovereignty in the world again, and he directly tells us why. A powerful and sovereign Russia is able to negotiate with other powers as an equal rather than as a subject. This isn't just out of a desire for raw power, it's driven by the real fear that the liberal world order abuses countries who are unable to defend themselves. As Putin said in one of his speeches, anything that does not suit the powers that be is denounced as archaic, obsolete, and useless. At the same time, everything it regards as useful is presented as the ultimate truth and forced on others regardless of the cost, abusively, and by any means available. One might think of Libya and Iraq, victims of liberal aggression, as an example of what he's referring to. In other words, Russia sees the so-called rules-based international order as a farce in which the powers that be engage in an ends justify the means campaign to enforce liberal ideology on the entire world. When the United States and its allies destroyed Libya, what rules were being followed then? When they invaded Iraq and Afghanistan, where were the rules? Any rules were simply ignored when it was convenient for them. Let's not forget the invasion of Iraq was done on completely bogus claims that they had weapons of mass destruction. They didn't. American intelligence groups lied. Surely this was a violation of international rules. Yet nothing ever came of it. This constant hypocrisy is why Putin declared, "Therefore, one can say with good reason and confidence that the whole so-called Western Bloc, formed by the United States in its own image and likeness, is in its entirety an empire of lies." But this aggression from Western elites isn't just physical. It also comes in the form of spiritual and mental assault. They promote atheism, LGBT, pornography, and mass immigration everywhere they gain a foothold. Countries that were once majority white Christian, like France and Germany, have slowly been transformed by liberal forces. Within the next few decades, their native populations could become ethnic and religious minorities in their own countries. Putin sees this as an inevitable outcome anywhere liberal internationalist ideology takes root. He does not want it in Russia. To quote him again, "They sought to destroy our traditional values and force on us their false values that would erode us, our people, from within. The attitudes they have been aggressively imposing on their countries, attitudes that are directly leading to degradation and degeneration because they are contrary to human nature." Since World War II, the political ideology of liberalism has manifested mainly in what's called liberal democracy. This is a democracy where minority rights are given precedent over the rights of the majority, and anti-liberal ideas are banned from discussion. It's this philosophy that Putin believes has gotten out of control. But why would he believe this? Let's again use some examples, like the European Union. The EU withholds funding and engages in political sabotage in order for its members to accept liberal causes like the LGBT movement, abortion, mass immigration, etc. Various international NGOs infest liberal democracies and push anti-traditional agendas to the youth. Because the mechanisms of liberal democracy give these NGOs the right to say and do whatever they want, politicians in these countries are powerless to stop them. This is why support for all forms of liberal attitudes have skyrocketed in Europe over the last few decades, especially among young people. One side of the argument is promoted by all of these international forces, while the other isn't even allowed to make its case. Putin actually believes that much of this ideology is deliberately promoted by America to weaken its rivals and so-called allies. In effect, the American elite is using these things to weaken its rivals, to destroy nation-states. This goes for Europe and the identities of France, Spain, Italy, and other countries with centuries-long histories. Some portray Putin as someone who hates the West, but quotes like this show it's actually the opposite. He believes Western countries have great histories that are being thrown in the trash by their own governments. Let's look at a country like Ireland as an example of the trend Putin's talking about. When the country gained its independence in the 1920s, it was almost entirely ethnically Irish. It was over 90% Catholic and maintained its traditional Irish culture. But after 100 years of liberal democracy, the country is now undergoing mass immigration, Catholicism is declining, abortion is legalized nationwide, and LGBT is not only legal, but criticizing it is banned. One could easily argue that the liberal system is destroying Ireland's identity and culture. Putin and the rest of the Russian leadership know this. They've watched it happen in real time, not just to Ireland, but to many liberal democracies. Meanwhile, Russia, over the same time period, has effectively banned pornography and LGBT propaganda. It's cracking down on abortion and promoting Christianity. It also doesn't demonize its majority Russian population, and Putin has even flirted with ethnocentric ideas. When annexing the Russian areas of Ukraine, he said, "There is nothing stronger than the determination of millions of people who by their religion, culture, traditions, and language consider themselves part of Russia, whose ancestors lived in a single country for centuries." All of this is to say that Russia has gone down a wildly different route than America and its allies over the last 50 years. Some American politicians are now even calling Russia a world center of anti-feminist, anti-gay, and anti-trans hatred. It seems that many Western leaders hate Russia because it's a white, Christian country that doesn't bow down to them. Notably, this is the same hate they hold for white Christians in their own countries. So how did the West get into this dire situation, and why hasn't Russia gone down the same path? We should start with the fact that Russia comes from a similar, but different philosophical tradition as the West. Western countries, traditionally, were rooted in Catholicism and Greco-Roman philosophy. Christianity, especially Catholicism, dominated the Western world for over 1,500 years. But actually, Catholicism dominated the Western world for over 1,500 years. But obviously, that's not the case today. The Catholic Church now does not hold sway over any Western government. That's because modern Western countries are the product of a revolt against Christianity born from so-called Enlightenment philosophy. This philosophy undermined Catholic and Protestant governments alike until secular liberalism became uniform across the entire Western world. The international order being based on Western liberalism was solidified after World War I and II. The more traditionalist countries lost both of those conflicts. So while Christianity still exists in Western countries today, and in many of them even makes up a majority of the population, Christians do not hold the levers of power. We are subjects. Russia, on the other hand, had a different political development. They come from an Orthodox Christian tradition, which began moving in a different direction from Catholicism since the Great Schism of 1054. The Catholic and Orthodox traditions have a lot in common, but they also do have differences. As the years went by, Russia didn't have a Reformation or an Enlightenment in the same way that the West did. They were later to both the development of capitalism and the Industrial Revolution, two major changes in human civilization. This meant the traditional Russian system, the Tsardom, was able to last all the way until World War I, when it finally fell to liberal and communist revolutions. Russia's liberals were overthrown by communists before they could even begin to bring liberalism into the country. Thus, Russia effectively skipped liberalism in its political development. Instead, communism ruled over the country for over 70 years. It then finally collapsed from its own contradictions in the 1990s. I'll note that communism, like liberalism, is an Enlightenment philosophy, but they both place emphasis on different things. While liberalism focuses on radical ideas of liberty, communism focuses on radical ideas of equality. Both ideologies are secular and are both breaks from the Christian tradition of Europe. However, of the two, liberalism proved much more lasting and effective at indoctrinating entire nations into following it. While communism couldn't even last 100 years, liberalism has continued and has only gotten more radical in its approach to so-called liberty. Note how today, major political parties in liberal countries argue for the liberty of children to get sex changes or the freedom of companies to distribute pornography. American scholars like Robert Bork observed this trend firsthand as early as the 1960s. In his book Slouching Towards Gomorrah, he wrote, "We have learned that the founders of liberalism were wrong. Unconstrained human nature will seek degeneracy often enough to create a disorderly, hedonistic, and dangerous society." Putin understands all of this history, and he seems very happy that liberalism never took root in Russia like it did in the West. He subscribes more to a political philosophy called reactionary modernism. This philosophy involves integrating aspects of modernity into a traditional moral framework. This means making some concessions to the Enlightenment, like having a parliament, minor voter representation, nationalism, male suffrage, etc. Francisco Franco's Spain and Fascist Italy are examples of this political philosophy. This is why, despite Putin and his circle ruling Russia with an iron hand, they still have a constitution and a parliament. In their view, the world has changed too much to go back to a feudal or pre-modern system of government. But unlike in the West, it doesn't mean you have to abandon the moral and spiritual values of those eras. Much of this comes from the fact that Putin himself is a Christian, and I believe his faith is genuine and plays a major part in his worldview. The Russian government has had a completely new relationship with religion since the fall of communism in the 1990s. Under communism, Christianity was suppressed and atheists were promoted. But the Russian state that emerged from communism's rubble is practically the opposite. The Russian Orthodox Church has a close relationship with the Russian state that's very different from the way churches work in the modern West. Religions in Russia operate in a tier system where traditional religions get more privileges. Orthodox Christianity sits alone in the top tier and is basically recognized as the official religion of Russia. Other traditional religions like Catholicism and Islam are in the next tier. While they don't get as much benefits as the Orthodox Church, they're tolerated and given serious recognition. Finally, in the bottom tier, you have newer religions like Scientology. They get the least privileges. So while Russia isn't a theocracy exactly, it's far different from a secular government that treats all religions as equal. Putin strongly disagrees with the idea that governments should treat religions like Christianity and Satanism the same. Speaking of Satanism, Putin has called modern liberalism itself satanic. This complete renunciation of what it means to be human, the overthrow of faith and traditional values, and the suppression of freedom are coming to resemble a religion in inverse. pure Satanism. Putin's been careful in everything he's said to point out it's the people governing Western countries that he's in conflict with, not all Western citizens. He sees traditionally minded Westerners as occupied peoples living under elites that despise them as much as they despise Russia. In an October speech, Putin pointed out he believes there are two Wests. One is a West of traditional, mainly Christian values with which Russians feel kinship. But there is another West, an aggressive, cosmopolitan, neo-colonial, acting as a weapon of the neoliberal elite and trying to impose its pretty strange values on the rest of the world. Thus, Putin believes that Western leaders want to destroy not only Russian culture, but all traditional cultures in the world. Let me repeat, the dictatorship of the Western elites targets all societies, including the citizens of Western countries themselves. This is a challenge to all. The craziest thing about this whole situation is that Putin was open to integrating Russia and the West, but Western social policies have gotten so intolerable that he would rather go to war than have them take root in his country. This affinity for the West is part of what separates Putin's philosophy from Alexander Dugin. Dugin, by contrast, has fully repudiated the West and believes Russia must embrace full-fledged Eurasianism. There's a growing consensus among scholars that Putin doesn't follow any one specific philosopher. He firmly believes that the Western liberal system has failed and alternatives to it emerging are inevitable. Ultimately, Putin does want peace with the West, but a peace where Russia's civilization is respected and not meddled with. This isn't just about protecting Russian minorities in Ukraine. It's about solidifying a multipolar world order. A world order where America no longer dictates terms to every country it deems backwards or failing to meet its definition of free. The Russian state says it must be treated as the 1,000-year-old civilization that it is, and not just another pawn to be forcibly injected with liberal values. Current Western leaders refuse to compromise on any of these points, and thus the Ukraine war was inevitable. I made this video because it's important that we understand Putin's philosophy. He represents the views of both the Russian elite and the majority of the Russian public. He is not a man standing alone. He's not a puppet of a shadowy cabal. He's the legitimate ruler of an entire nation. Understanding the philosophy of Putin will help us achieve a more just, moral, and peaceful future, and hopefully, a better West. This has been Pax. Please leave a like and comment letting me know your thoughts. If you enjoyed this video, have you ever wondered what would happen if you mixed an all-female writing team, bad animation in a wannabe anime style, and 70 years of Western cultural rot? Well, you no longer have to wonder. Meet High Guardian Spice, the anime that embodies everything wrong with Western media. Now many may ask, what the hell is a High Guardian Spice? It's a new animated show created by the company Crunchyroll that released last month. Crunchyroll is a Western anime distributing company that usually just translates anime, but in this case actually tried to make one on their own. Yes, High Guardian Spice calls itself an anime, but you'd be forgiven for not knowing that from the animation. It looks much more like a Steven Universe spin-off than anything to do with Japan. It was easy to miss this show's release since it was announced all the way back in 2018, but was shelved up until this year. From the get-go, people suspected from the character designs that the show would be abysmal. The announcement trailer was ratioed into oblivion accordingly. But were people just being judgmental and judging a book by its cover? Maybe people's instincts were wrong and the show would actually be good.
I'm transgender.
You asked him to not be a jerk, but that's not how tormentors work.
Okay, no, their predictions were exactly right. In fact, little did people know just how bad things would get. For your entertainment and my own curiosity, I trekked through this show to see what it was like and what messages it was putting forward. Yes, I actually watched this show. The pain was immense, but you do what you have to do for the people. I've also watched a few other reviews of the show, and many people seem to want to avoid criticizing the political and cultural messages that the show puts across. As you would expect of my channel, I will not be avoiding discussing these things. I did a poll and the majority of you wanted to see this, so consider this video my review and autopsy of this catastrophe. This is why High Guardian Spice is everything wrong with Western media. Let's start from the beginning. Who are the people at Crunchyroll behind High Guardian Spice? To understand artwork, it often helps to understand the artist. The show's creator is Ray Rodriguez, a transgender cartoonist from Los Angeles. Don't worry, I'm sure this fact won't have any effect on the writing of the show whatsoever. Another lead writer involved in the show's creation was Amalia Lavari, a woman from Los Angeles who says on her Twitter she goes by any pronouns. Then there's the co-developer, Claire Stenger, who had a rather odd Instagram account when I looked at it. Hashtag abolish AmeriKKKa, hashtag transcend mortal flesh. Seems like a normal and stable individual who you'd want making your media. Also involved in the show's writing was Kate Leth, Katie McVeigh, who was involved with the infamous Bill Nye Saves the World. Remember that? The show with the homosexual ice cream? And Crystal Peluso, whose IMDb says she specializes in showcasing strong female roles and diverse storytelling. Now you might have noticed something about all of the writers involved in this show. They're all female. I didn't cherry pick, they're all female. Apparently this was even a goal Crunchyroll specifically set out to achieve. Margaret Dean, head of the feminist NGO Women in Animation, bragged that High Guardian Spice has a 100% female writing room, which she justifies by saying the show is about young girls. I guess Japanese anime creators didn't get that memo. Maybe if Crunchyroll didn't block all of their critics, they would know this isn't necessary. In any case, she also brags about how the show's crew are very ethnically and LGBTQ+ diverse.
It's a very modern reflection of the world. Our characters are really diverse, our cast is really diverse, and that's one of the things that excited me the most about it.
This is the first problem with High Guardian Spice that is common across all Western media. Filling important jobs with females or LGBTQ people just for the sake of having them in the project. Are they actually good writers? Are they actually the best person fit for the job? These questions aren't asked. Meritocracy is treated as a sexist and patriarchal concept because it often leads to sex inequalities. Though having 100% of your writers be female is also a sex inequality. Anyway, because people are being put into roles simply because of their sex or sexuality, this causes, as you might expect, deficiencies. Deficiencies which you'll see in this video become all too clear throughout High Guardian Spice. Now let's dive into the show's story and characters and see where the problems start to pop up. Let's meet our characters. We first have our main character, Rosemary, and then there's her best friend, Sage. Rosemary's personality could best be described as the quirky and loud girl, while Sage is more on the quiet and shy side. In what's a running theme, both characters have vaguely tannish skin, almost like the creators didn't want to make them white, but weren't sure what race to actually make them. Other characters include Parsley, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed dwarf, and Thyme, a black elf. Hold on a minute here. Rosemary, sage, parsley, thyme. Aren't those spices? Ah. The show doesn't even get its own racial propaganda right, though, because the Aryan dwarf is the friendliest character in the show, while the black elf is the cattiest. A little racist there, High Guardian Spice.
First lesson is how to take pride in your weapons.
Listen, you pointy...
Like the creators of the show, all of the main characters are female and of questionable sexual orientation. The outfit design in the show is all over the place, with some characters dressed like they're in the Middle Ages, while others are dressed like it's 2021. This lesbian couple in the show is a great example. If I could say one positive thing about High Guardian Spice's character design, it's that at least most of the characters are dressed modestly, and there's almost no hypersexualized designs in the show. So that's nice. Alright, so how about the show's plot? Maybe that'll be decent. It's not. It's basically like Harry Potter, but more badly written and less interesting. The show begins with Rosemary and Sage immediately setting off for what's called High Guardian Academy. And I do mean immediately. Within the first 2 minutes of the show, they're already off and on their way. From the show's very first scene, the pacing is already bizarre. I mean, just watch this.
We'll scale mountains and fight mermaids and explore precipices and crevices and we'll be totally fearsome dudes.
The two heroines even get to their academy by taking a train, just like Harry Potter. Except unlike Harry Potter, it isn't actually explained what they're going to this academy to learn. To be a High Guardian basically just means you study and learn a certain skill, like sword fighting or archery. It's extremely vague and I'll go into more detail later. In any case, most of the show is them at this academy doing random activities. Towards the end of the show, more plot points get sewn in, but it's nothing too interesting. It's kind of like a slice of life anime, but a staple of that genre is comedy, and High Guardian Spice's attempts at comedy fall flat to say the least. The only times I was laughing was when I was cringing at how bad the jokes were.
The first class of the day is ethics. Sounds dry. You know who won't be joining us in ethics class? A dragon. Wanna know why? Because you don't need rules when your face is a blowtorch.
Comedy. As for voice acting, the show leaves a lot to be desired, to say the least. The best voice actress in the show is Rosemary, but even she sounds like she smokes 3 packs of cigarettes a day. I mean, really, what is this voice acting?
How's school?
Oh, it's fine. We're on break. We got catapulted out because of a traveler infestation.
You go to High Guardian?
Yep, I am Slime Boy.
This guy sounds like he phoned it in. Like, literally phoned it in from his basement. This is another one of the main problems with the show. Sacrificing the quality of basically everything, story, pacing, even things like voice acting, in order to push degenerate propaganda. And boy, is this show full to the brim with that kind of propaganda. Let's get into some of it. In the second episode, Rosemary attends an ethics class, and we hear a bit of what the teacher has to tell the students. She tells the class that fear of the other is what leads to violence. Really, that's what leads to violence? What about justified violence? Oddly enough, that doesn't get talked about, despite the school training people to use justified violence. Also, it's not lost on me that they chose to have a devil character teach ethics. Now at this point you're probably wondering, what exactly is a Guardian in High Guardian Spice? One thing we do know is that almost all of the female characters are training for a historically male profession. Rosemary wants to be a swordsman. Time wants to be an archer, and Parsley trains to be a blacksmith. Housewives, healers, or clothing makers. Sage apparently goes to the school to become a healer, but we never actually see her healing anyone. Instead, we only see her use magic to fight people. Rosemary's mother was also the soldier of the family, while her father is a cook. We thus see another area where High Guardian Spice shows a broader problem in Western media, a methodical hatred of nature and traditional gender roles. High Guardian Spice may take place in a fantasy world, but it's still in a Middle Ages setting, and there's only so many ways we can suspend disbelief. It just doesn't work that this kind of society would be training women for combat instead of men. In the real-life medieval era, this would have been suicidal, which is why no one did it. But for the writers of High Guardian Spice, and so many others like them, that would be sexist. Reality is sexist. So we not only can't show it in a story, we have to show the total opposite. In another storyline in the show, Parsley's parents try to get her to quit the academy and come home to continue helping them to raise their large family. The show essentially recreates a common family versus career decision that many modern females face today. The show, predictably, comes firmly down on the side of individualism and careerism. Though Parsley does agree to visit on some weekends, implying that she'll try to balance her family and career as so many modern women try to do. This is the classic "you can have it all" message that Western media has been trying to push for something like 30-40 years. Probably longer. But it's very, very hard for this to work in real life. For women, it really generally is either career or family. How about the male characters in the show? What are they like? Well, the male character who gets the most screen time is a student named Snapdragon. Snapdragon is the kind of guy you'd expect an all-feminist writing team to create. He's extremely feminine and constantly complains about the gender expectations he has to live up to. I wasn't sure if he's intended to be a femboy, transgender, or what have you, but by the middle of the show he's cross-dressing, so take that how you will. Another character is a blonde-haired, blue-eyed male named Aster, and as soon as he's introduced, you just know he's going to be some kind of villain. And as it turns out, he's written as a stereotypical misogynist.
Aster, please let me do this.
Shh. Listen, Rhubarb, no one's probably ever told you this before, but you're sort of cute. And that's your thing, you're pretty good at it. But my thing is that I'm good at navigating. So let me do what I do best, and you just keep being kind of adorable. Okay?
Oh, I almost forgot the character Mandrake. He's a straight white male, but also the villain. High Guardian Spice's war on nature and traditional ideas of life doesn't just end with gender and family roles. Throughout the show, we repeatedly hear of concepts of new magic and old magic. Old magic, we're told, is outdated and dumb. Apparently, new magic is all that people need. I wonder what the meaning of the show is trying to convey here. Oh, tradition bad. When it's explained to the students at the academy what being a High Guardian means, part of the vows are to never be constrained by the relics of history. In other words, again, tradition bad. This also plays out in a scene where one of the teachers tells Snapdragon to give up the axe that his father passed down to him because he shouldn't let the expectations of his parents influence him. Also, did I mention that almost half of the characters in the show are gay? There are also transgender side characters who forward some of the most ham-fisted LGBT propaganda in the history of animation.
I'm transgender. I was born into a female body, but it wasn't the right body for me. So, I used new magic to change it. I take a potion once a month to keep the spell active.
You what? To call this art would be an insult to art. This is simply propaganda. Not that if it were subtle, it would be any better. But wait, there's more. This guy gets flat out groomed.
But you can't change what you were born into.
Snapdragon, listen.
You say I can change paths, but it's not like I can just stop being a guy.
Do you know anything about transition magic?
I wish I could say what I just showed you is fake. It is not. Now, the creators of the show would justify scenes like this by saying it's necessary for so-called representation. Well, where's my Christian representation? Why don't we get a character? Also, what about the D-trans community? People who were told they were transgender and it ruined their lives until they came back to their normal sex. They don't deserve representation? What you have to understand is that people advocating for so-called representation are really just saying represent what I like. Now, to be perfectly honest with you all, I don't know who the target audience for this show was. With its style and narrative, you'd expect it to be for teenagers. But then it hits you with a content warning at the start of every episode, and has all kinds of adult themes. So I guess the target demographic was college-aged women? It's hard to say. One thing is for sure though, no one of any age demographic should watch this show. I've made this video because this show really just encapsulates so much of what's wrong with Western culture at the moment. If I don't critique these things, at this point I'm not sure who will. I'll also tell you why I think Western media has become like this. It's a combination of civil rights law, the long-term consequences Wikipedia. It's one of the most visited websites in the world. When you search online about a topic that interests you, sure enough, Wikipedia is usually towards the top of the search results. With such exposure, this surely must be a credible and unbiased website, right? Unfortunately, nothing on Earth could be further from the truth. In this video on PaxTube, I'll be explaining precisely how Wikipedia lies to you. Wikipedia's neutral point of view is dead. The original policy long since forgotten, Wikipedia no longer has an effective neutrality policy. These are the words of Larry Sanger, the co-founder of Wikipedia. In an article on his website titled, "Wikipedia is badly biased," he lays out several fundamental problems with Wikipedia today, the most important being its left-wing bias. He starts by pointing out flaws in Wikipedia's current neutral point of view policy, which has nothing to do with actual neutrality. Due to embracing the doctrine of avoiding false balance, the Wikipedia administration declares itself as the final arbiter of which facts are correct and which are false. This policy is nothing more than Wikipedia declaring it has the authority to pick the winners and losers of academic debates. Sanger writes, Even as journalists turn to opinion and activism, Wikipedia now touts controversial points of view on politics, religion, and science. But this flawed neutrality policy is simply the beginning of Wikipedia's problems. Sanger goes on to make several observations about modern Wikipedia. The first is a clear discrepancy in the pages of different American politicians. Barack Obama's page, he writes, is essentially a whitewash, cleared of all scandals and full of glowing compliments, and he's 100% correct. As just one example, the Benghazi attack was one of the most highly controversial moments of the Obama presidency, and it has next to no mention on the entire Obama Wikipedia page. Sanger goes on to point out how Donald Trump's page, by comparison, is unrelentingly negative and clearly written by people who dislike him and his policies. A far cry from Obama's page, every minute controversy that Trump is involved in has its own section on his Wikipedia page. Now, just to be clear, this isn't about being pro-Trump or anti-Obama. This is simply pointing out the obvious discrepancy in how Wikipedia covers the two. As we go forward, you'll see that this biased treatment is not limited to simply politicians. Sanger points out how Wikipedia also reliably covers political issues from a liberal left point of view. As an example, he uses the Wikipedia page about drug legalization. The page contains many arguments in favor of legalizing drugs, while providing little to no information about potential hazards of such policies. Another example he uses is the Wikipedia page about LGBT adoption. The page functions essentially as a political brief in favor of LGBT adoption, with all research that goes against it excluded. You'll soon notice this is a common trend on political Wikipedia pages. To corroborate his observations, I looked at several political pages on Wikipedia myself. This is the page on illegal immigration into the United States. On a neutral website, one would expect to simply see a description of the phenomenon. But what do we have here? We can count over 5 pro-illegal immigration arguments in the opening paragraph of the article alone. Each of these sentences is put here to give the reader a positive impression of illegal immigration. Meanwhile, no statements that could cast illegal immigration in a negative light are included. Far from neutrality, this is essentially pro-illegal immigration propaganda. The average undecided reader would read these sentences and most likely have their view of illegal immigration improved, and that's precisely why these sentences are put here. The same is true for the Wikipedia page on abortion. This page could be written by Planned Parenthood or any other pro-choice advocacy organization, and it would look identical. It even uses the so often employed abortionist talking point that the procedure is one of the safest in medicine. This point, as I mentioned in my video debunking abortionist talking points, completely ignores the fact that an unborn baby is being killed. It's also questionable on its face for other reasons, including how invasive it is. In any case, people with pro-life sentiment were clearly not involved at all in editing this article. What about an issue like race? Let's take a look at the Wikipedia page about race and crime. Yes, it's the same story. The liberal worldview of the issue presented as fact, with no alternative possibilities or counterpoints presented. Wikipedia simply asserts that there's extensive racial and ethnic discrimination by police and the judicial system. All of the research that's cited to make this point has substantial research that counters it, but the people editing this page don't seem to care. Much like how the abortion page could be written by Planned Parenthood and look identical, this page could be written by Black Lives Matter and look identical. Do you see the trend here yet? But if you thought this kind of narrative pushing would end at politics, you'd be wrong. Sanger also concludes in his article that Wikipedia displays an anti-religious bias, especially against Christianity. He mentions how the Jesus article includes language that deliberately casts doubt upon the historicity of the Gospels, and he concludes, in other respects, the article can be fairly described as a liberal academic discussion of Jesus, focusing especially on assorted difficulties and controversies, while failing to explain traditional or orthodox views of those issues. But let's go beyond simply my and Sanger's observations. If Wikipedia is pushing a biased point of view, we would expect research on the subject to also show this. And it just so happens there is a lot of research that shows exactly that. A 2016 Harvard study objectively concluded that Wikipedia has a left-wing bias, and that the bias is worse than other comparable encyclopedias such as Encyclopedia Britannica. The study, titled "Do Experts or Collective Intelligence Write with More Bias?", concludes, we find that Wikipedia articles are more slanted towards democratic points of view than our Britannia articles, as well as more biased. Another Harvard study titled Ideology and Composition Among an Online Crowd, Evidence from Wikipedians, found that left-wing editors on Wikipedia are far more active and more biased. In other words, leftist editors are on the website much more and are much less likely to be neutral when editing topics. I think this likely stems from the fact that left-wing people are more likely to be mentally ill and unemployed, and thus can devote an obsessive, uncompromising dedication to pushing their ideology in these online spaces. There's also the high possibility that many of these editors are paid shills from left-wing NGOs like the ADL and SPLC, as research has also shown that most edits on Wikipedia are done by the same people. Indeed, many of the articles that have been shown in this very video have been edited by the same activist editors. Meanwhile, other research has found perhaps even a bigger issue. A 2018 analysis of Wikipedia's citations found that the New York Times, Los Angeles Times, Washington Post, CNN, and Time Magazine are among the most cited sources on Wikipedia. You might notice that these are all international corporate media outlets that tend to side against nationalistic and traditionalist points of view. Other high-ranking sources with even worse bias, what I would call left-wing rags, the Huffington Post, Slate, Vice, MTV News, also are frequently cited on Wikipedia. By comparison, right-leaning sources are either flat-out banned, like Breitbart, or have limits on what they're allowed to be cited for. It should go without saying that on Wikipedia's list of banned sources, the vast majority are right-wing or right-leaning. The common theme here is that Wikipedia is not about providing accurate and balanced information, but about controlling the narrative. To move on, the problems at Wikipedia also involve its administration and moderation. A 2020 analysis by 2 American academics analyzed bias in Wikipedia's policy enforcement on political articles. The academics looked at arbitration enforcement cases where administrators with special privileges on the site restrict or ban users from editing. The analysis looked specifically at how sanctions were handed out in areas such as US presidential politics, abortion, gun control, and race and intelligence. The analysis showed conclusively, in every area, those editors whose contributions favored the right-leaning perspective were more likely to be sanctioned. In total, editors favoring a right-leaning perspective were 6 times more likely to be sanctioned than those favoring the left-leaning perspective. The academics concluded that administrative bias could explain right-leaning sources being disfavored on Wikipedia. As an aside, we also see this administrative bias in who is able to edit controversial Wikipedia articles. The Wikipedia article on Antifa, for example, has been locked since the George Floyd riots in the summer of 2020. Since then, Antifa and Antifa-linked individuals have been involved in numerous murders, attacks, and acts of property destruction. None of this has been added to the Wikipedia article, despite even mainstream media outlets reporting on it. It's thus clear that the administrators of Wikipedia are deliberately protecting Antifa's reputation by barring all of this bad press from being added to their Wikipedia page. Whether you're a centrist or lean left or right, it's unconscionable that Wikipedia's administration hides crimes based on where they fall in the political and culture war. The information manipulation they're engaging in is dangerous and frankly should be criminal for a website that claims to have a neutrality policy. I'd also be remiss if I didn't talk about one more page on Wikipedia. This page is the No Nazis page that describes beliefs that supposedly make someone a Nazi and therefore worthy to be instantly banned from editing Wikipedia. Let's read some of the beliefs that this page says makes you a Nazi. These include believing that white people deserve to live in a white-only nation, white people are more oppressed than other groups, that the various cultures of white people are better than the cultures of non-white people, and that a large majority of crimes are committed by non-whites. Someone should probably inform the writer of this page that there are areas of the United States where this is indeed the case, an example being New York City. So in other words, according to Wikipedia, if you believe a demonstrably true statistical fact, you're a Nazi. Also, if you're white and prefer your own people and culture, you're also a Nazi. Of course, white people are the only race held to this standard by Wikipedia. The dishonesty, double standards, and stupidity of this policy go without saying, and yet it's used to this day to ban people from editing Wikipedia. So, I think the issues with Wikipedia are pretty clear. The question then becomes, where do we go from here? The first thing that we need to understand is that Wikipedia's bias does not simply exist in a vacuum. Rather, it's part of the broader trend in Western society of the media and social media colluding to push anti-traditional, anti-Christian, and anti-white narratives. Getting people to understand that this phenomenon is going on is one of the main reasons I make these videos. As far as dealing with Wikipedia itself, the most important thing is not to use it for your own research. Instead, try to look at more primary sources about topics and get the facts straight from the source instead of relying on a Wikipedia editor to explain it. It also goes without saying that you shouldn't donate to Wikipedia, and you should discourage others from doing so as well. Wikipedia stays online through donations, and the right-wingers donating to it are donating to their own destruction. If you're a brave person, you can also attempt to edit Wikipedia yourself, but the aforementioned administrative bias is sure to cause any honest person problems. So ladies and gentlemen, next time you go online to find information about a controversial subject, I hope you remember this video before clicking on Wikipedia. Thank you so much for watching. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe and check out the rest of the content on my channel. I also highly recommend following me on the other websites I'm on, including BitChute, Odyssey, Telegram, Gab, and Instagram. I truly appreciate all the support I've received, and there's a lot more to look forward to. As always, this has been Pax, and I will see you in the next video. Abortion. It's one of the most contentious and pressing issues of our time. Today I'll be addressing this topic, and specifically responding to a video by the channel ASAP Science. I've chosen to respond to this video for a couple reasons. Firstly, it's essentially pro-choice propaganda, and I think there's a lot that you, the viewer, can learn from hearing it rebutted. Secondly, it's one of the first results you see when you search abortion on YouTube, and it has over 6 million views. The top videos when you searched abortion used to be the pro-life group Live Action, until a feminist journalist complained to YouTube about it in 2018 and the videos were artificially deranked. And finally, the channel ASAP Science has nearly 10 million subscribers. Further research into its background shows that it's hosted by two openly homosexual men, named Mitchell Moffat and Gregory Brown from Canada. The channel's been promoted by the likes of CBS News and Bill Nye, so a high-profile channel like this putting out propaganda is certainly worthy of a response. With abortion being very important in the national conversation right now, it's imperative that the full truth is told. So with that all said, let's get into it.
56 million abortions occur annually worldwide, and though opinions on the matter are strong, many are simply unaware of how they actually work. So regardless of whether you're pro-life or pro-choice, what actually happens during an abortion?
First thing to note here, notice how the video begins by attempting to portray itself as a neutral source, or an uninvolved observer. They act as if they'll be correcting misconceptions on both the pro-life and pro-choice sides, but the video will go on to be essentially pro-choice talking points. The video description is a bit more direct about where the video creators stand. It states this: Alabama is making a mistake with rolling back abortion rights. Find out why with real science. So despite their attempt at trickery here, not only is the video not neutral, but it's also directly partisan against politicians in states like Alabama. Now let's listen to where the video goes from here.
Abortion procedures range from taking a pill to surgical options, often based on availability or how far along a pregnancy is, and 92% of legal U.S. abortions take place within the first 13 weeks of gestation.
Now, they point out this percentage for a reason. First of all, it is correct, but what they're attempting to do is downplay the number of abortions that take place after 13 weeks gestation, or the first trimester. This is because surveys show the majority of the public is against abortions being legal after this first trimester. This isn't surprising, since by 14 weeks, unborn babies clearly resemble human children, complete with all of their appendages. By stressing how 92% of abortions are performed in the first trimester, ASAP Science hopes viewers might think there aren't many abortions in the second or third trimester at all. But here's the problem. Because there are around 640,000 abortions in the United States every year, that remaining 8% equates to over 50,000 abortions. If you're like the majority of the public and think that unborn babies deserve to be protected after the first trimester, 50,000 of them dying every year is a serious problem. This is precisely why they're using percentages here and not numbers. In any case, let's continue.
Vacuum aspiration is a surgical procedure usually used up to 16 weeks after conception. The cervix is numbed and opened wide enough to pass a slender tube into the uterus where suction is used to empty the contents.
Notice how they refer to the unborn baby's body as contents. They actually can't even bring themselves to describe in detail what they're doing, because they know it would disturb a huge portion of their audience. And if you have any doubt that this is the case, don't worry, because they do it again immediately after.
Within the same timeline, a DNC or dilation and curettage abortion can be used. First, the cervix is dilated using small instruments or medication, and then a curette is used to remove the contents of the uterus.
There they go using the word contents again because they know how bad describing the actual procedure in detail would make them look. I think it speaks volumes about the horrors of abortion that even its proponents don't want to describe what it actually entails. I'd show you pictures myself, but I'm not even sure if they're allowed on YouTube. A simple internet search of aborted fetuses should do the trick, though.
If a pregnancy is between 12 to 24 weeks, a D&E or dilation and evacuation abortion is likely used, although only 1.2% of abortions occur after 21 weeks.
Again, they're trying to downplay the numbers here, but that 1.2% is 1.2% of 640,000 abortions every year, which equates to 7,680 abortions after 21 weeks every year in the United States. And since they mentioned 21 weeks, here's what an unborn baby looks like at 21 weeks. This is what states like New York have legalized killing up until birth.
Once dilated, fetal and placental tissue is removed via vacuum aspiration, forceps, and a curette.
Fetal tissue is removed is an interesting way of saying that the baby's body is torn apart with metal tools and yanked out piece by piece. Here's how an ex-abortion doctor describes the procedure.
The abortionist uses this clamp to grasp an arm or leg. Once he has a firm grip, the abortionist pulls hard in order to tear the limb from the baby's body. One by one, the rest of the limbs are removed, along with the intestines, the spine, and the heart and lungs.
This is what pro-choice people say you're a bad person if you want to stop, by the way. With that in perspective, let's continue.
The decision to have an abortion after 24 weeks is extremely rare and often due to severe fetal anomalies.
Recent studies contradict this. Research from 2019 found that most late-term abortions are elective, done on healthy women with healthy fetuses, and for the same reasons given by women experiencing first trimester abortions. Even the Guttmacher Institute, a pro-choice research organization, found that most women getting abortions after 20 weeks were not doing so for reasons of maternal health or fetal anomalies. Furthermore, even if what ASAP Science said is true, which the evidence goes against, it says absolutely nothing as to why abortions for convenience should be legal past 20 weeks, which is what their video is arguing for.
When abortions are allowed by the local law, they are one of the safest procedures in medicine, with case fatality rates less than 1 death per 100,000 procedures.
This is what's called a snuck premise. A snuck premise is a proposition someone implies without directly saying it. In this case, it's the premise that there's any kind of abortion that's quote-unquote safe. A pro-lifer would argue that every abortion is unsafe for the life that's being ended. With that snuck premise in mind, let's continue.
In the US, the risk of death associated with childbirth is 14 times higher in women than that of an abortion.
This is an odd point. Birth being more risky does not morally justify abortion. Something being of higher risk to a person does not automatically justify killing someone else. This isn't even mentioning how giving birth is the entire reason pregnancy exists, and is completely different from abortion, which is unnecessary in 99% of cases.
However, unsafe abortions practiced by individuals without the necessary skills or in an environment that does not conform to medical standards cause an estimated 68,000 women to die yearly, while a further 5 million suffer temporary or permanent disability.
The vast majority of this happens in poor countries with horrible medical systems. There's no indication that numbers anywhere close to this would be replicated in a country like the United States. This is simply a fear-mongering tactic that abortionists use. Also, look at the things they mentioned on this clipboard. Necessary skills, safe environment, and medical standards. That's interesting, because recently the pro-choice side has been pushing for laws that massively expand who can perform abortions. Virginia, New York, and Maine's recent abortion laws removed requirements that only physicians conduct abortions. They also remove requirements that abortion facilities meet hospital standards. Now add in the fact that the abortion industry has a habit of covering up botched abortions. What's going on here is completely clear. This big concern about the safety of the women is a smokescreen.
And laws that limit a woman's access to an abortion or make abortions illegal do not reduce the number of abortions. Countries where abortions are illegal have roughly the same number of abortions. What changes instead is the incidence of unsafe abortions. A 2011 study did find that state-level anti-abortion laws in Texas correlated with lower abortion rates in the state, but these results did not account for women traveling to other states with less restrictive laws to receive a procedure.
So there's a lot to respond to here. They're making a lot of claims without citations, and they don't specify what researchers they're referring to. When we look at a country like Poland or Malta that ban abortion, they do indeed have lower abortion rates than countries that have it legalized. Now, a pro-choice advocate might argue abortions are still happening, just not being counted. But that involves a lot of guesswork and estimations that will never produce an accurate number. And if you can't provide definitive numbers, you shouldn't be making claims like ASAP Science did. And as for some of the poorer countries they mentioned, like Mexico and Brazil, these are obviously cherry-picked for their poor living conditions, because we know that poverty is correlated with higher rates of abortion. I could just as easily point at Vietnam, where abortion is legal and taxpayer-funded, and it has one of the highest abortion rates in the entire world. It's estimated that 40% of all pregnancies there end in abortion. As for the United States, the numbers show that liberal states have far higher rates of abortion than their conservative counterparts. ASAP Science did mention how this might be able to be explained by people leaving states with strict abortion laws to go to other ones, but as it turns out, there have been studies on this, and they found that the in-state decrease in abortion from these laws far exceeds the out-of-state increase, which leads us to believe that abortions are being reduced, not just being done elsewhere. We can also look at US history to see that liberalizing abortion law increases abortions. In the first full calendar year after Roe v. Wade, the U.S. abortion rate went up from 13.2 abortions per 1,000 women of childbearing age to 19.3. In the next several years, public support for legal abortion increased and more abortion facilities were opened. Between 1974 and 1980, the U.S. abortion rate went from 19.3 to 29.3, an increase of about 52%. Clearly, the Roe v. Wade decision dramatically increased the rate and number of abortions in the United States.
Researchers have found that sex education and access to contraceptive methods do reduce the number of abortions by minimizing unwanted pregnancies. This can be seen in the abortion rates decreasing significantly in the developed world since 1990.
There's no way you can attribute this drop simply to the two points they mentioned. Firstly, we need to debunk this point about sex education. You'll often hear progressives say that comprehensive sex education will reduce abortions. Well, let's examine that. Of the 10 states in the United States with the lowest abortion rates, 9 of 10 either don't require sex education at all, or have a curriculum in which abstinence must be stressed. Meanwhile, looking at the states with the highest abortion rates, 8 of 10 are reliably Democrat. This includes the progressive quote-unquote bastion, the District of Columbia. I think what this proves is that areas that emphasize sexual morality will have less abortion than areas that do not. As I've mentioned in previous videos, women who have more non-marital sexual partners have been proven to get more abortions. In general, leftist support of meaningless sex makes the idea that their policies reduce abortions absolutely laughable. As for birth control, I will agree that that's a factor in the drop, though I don't think it's necessary for a drop. The drop in the abortion rate over the years can also be attributed to crisis pregnancy centers, public funding restrictions on abortion, parental involvement laws, and informed consent laws, all things pushed by pro-life advocates. So with all that said, let's get to the last part of the video.
Ultimately, access to legal abortions make women's lives safer and healthier.
Needless to say, I do not think that is true. The abortion industry in the United States is no friend of women, despite its desperate attempts to seem like it is. It's an industry for profit and political power. Nothing exemplifies this better than Planned Parenthood. The organization makes hundreds of millions every year from political funds. Companies have also admitted guilt in receiving and selling aborted fetal body parts procured from Planned Parenthood. It ain't about women, guys. What they do is so heinous that a lot of the public doesn't even believe it. But their sworn statements and research collected by groups like the Center for Medical Progress prove they do indeed do these things. And with that, ASAP Science's video ends. It goes without saying at this point that their video had very little to do with actual science. These were abortionist talking points, plain and simple. Now, I'm not sure about ASAP Science's credentials as scientists, but they need to stop. If you've looked at United States politics at any time in the last few decades, you've likely heard the phrase that the United States is a nation of immigrants. This phrase has been echoed by both Democrats and Republicans for quite some time, and is most often used in the context of defending mass immigration into the United States. The phrase has its origins in the late 1950s, where it was heavily promoted by the Anti-Defamation League, an international NGO. Ultimately, a book titled A Nation of Immigrants was sponsored by this organization and released by John F. Kennedy in 1958. And today, one doesn't have to look far to see the mantra being repeated.
We in America are immigrants.
We are a nation of immigrants.
We are a nation of immigrants.
The United States is a nation of immigrants.
America is a nation of immigrants.
We are a nation of immigrants.
I think you see what I mean. But there is a problem with this mantra. It simply isn't true. And it certainly isn't true in the way its proponents want it to be, to justify any and all immigration. To understand why this is, one needs to engage in a thorough review of American history. So without further ado, let's get to the facts that you need to know. Things begin in the colonial period. Most of the first successful settlers that arrived in the land that would become the United States arrived in the early 1600s. These included English, French, Scottish, Spanish, Dutch, and Scandinavian colonists, among others. What all of these colonists had in common was that they were arriving to a land that had very little infrastructure. It was an incredibly dangerous and risky environment. At the time, it took almost 2 months just to cross the Atlantic. And partly because of this, food was an extremely scarce resource. One bad harvest could devastate a community. To give you an idea of the type of threat this posed, after just 2 bad winters, the population of the colony of Jamestown dropped from 500 to 60. While some settlers did encounter Native American communities, this often caused more trouble than it was worth, as it was typically a coin toss if this would result in a friendly encounter or a battle. So, here's what should be underlined about this time period. Firstly, the settlers were not arriving to a well-established country. They were arriving to what was largely wilderness, and they faced threats of famine, weather, and Native American attacks. Secondly, the majority of these settlers were coming from Europe. The English, French, and Spanish would go on to dominate the Americas. Those coming to colonial America who were not from Europe were for the most part slaves brought from Africa. However, it's important to point out the scale. Slaves comprised less than 5% of the 13 colonies' population until the year 1690, almost 80 years after the first colony was established. And finally, it took months making a dangerous journey across the Atlantic for anyone coming to the Americas to even have hope of settling. It's often argued that the United States government had more hands-off immigration policy in its early decades. But there's 2 issues with this. The first is that immigration was still largely controlled by the states, and the second and more important is this brutal journey. Until the mid-1800s, a ship crossing the Atlantic could only carry about 500 passengers on an extremely crowded ship. Many of the passengers wouldn't survive that kind of journey due to disease and other problems. The technology that would allow for true mass migration did not yet exist, and would not exist until the turn of the 20th century, which we'll get to in a little bit. Even into the 1850s, there were thousands of immigrants dying in the Atlantic Ocean trying to get to the United States. The fact that there was a relatively low number of new arrivals coming to the young U.S., combined with the fact that those who did come had to be incredibly competent to make the journey, is why the U.S. had laxer immigration laws in its first few decades. What's perhaps even more important to understand is that the early U.S. had strict naturalization laws. Naturalization allowed someone to vote and become a citizen. Thus, those without naturalization had next to no political power. The Naturalization Act of 1790 restricted this naturalization to only free white people of good character who had been in the U.S. for 2 years. In 1795, that requirement was up to 5 years. The act also required those being naturalized to renounce all allegiance to any foreign power or state. This law remained largely unchanged until 1870, when aliens of African descent were also given access to naturalization. This means that for the first 100 years of U.S. history, immigrants were unable to become citizens or vote unless they were vetted Europeans who had lived in the country for 5 years. Does that sound like a nation of immigrants to you? Now, some may be thinking, okay, in the first 100 years of United States history, maybe it wasn't really a nation of immigrants. But surely by the turn of the 20th century, when passenger ships could bring thousands of people at a time to the US, that's when it became a nation of immigrants. After all, the Statue of Liberty was built in 1886, and the 1880s to 1910s saw huge spikes of immigration never seen before in United States history. This is when many people's ancestors, including some of mine, came to the United States. However, that all being said, the idea that this immigration made the United States a nation of immigrants comparable to the modern context is still inaccurate. Let's get into why. First of all, let's talk about the Statue of Liberty. Contrary to what some think, the Statue of Liberty was not put in place to be a symbol of the United States welcoming immigrants. The statue was, in fact, a gift to the United States from France in order to celebrate 100 years of American independence, as well as to commemorate the abolition of slavery. Keen observers may have known this from the broken shackles that can be seen near the statue's feet. Being unveiled in 1886, the statue came at the same time the US was passing some of the most restrictive immigration laws in its history. Indeed, the poem that's regularly cited to connect the statue to immigration was not added until nearly 20 years later. Ultimately, immigration advocates citing the statue do it for sentimental purposes, not factual ones. It's a similar situation with the phrase E pluribus unum. This motto is referring to uniting the 13 colonies to declare independence. It had nothing whatsoever to do with immigration. Returning to the main timeline, immigration into the US did indeed rise greatly at the turn of the 20th century, but it's not as if Congress simply stood by while this happened. To respond to these increases, they passed a variety of immigration restrictions. These included the Immigration Acts of 1882, 1907, and 1917. One highlight of the acts was creating new categories of immigrants who were completely inadmissible to the United States, such as, quote, any convict, lunatic, idiot, or person unable to take care of him or herself without becoming a public charge. The act ordered that these categories not even be allowed to enter U.S. land. These regulations were typically enforced at port through the judgment of immigration officers. The 1907 Act was signed into law by Theodore Roosevelt, who was a firm supporter of assimilating new immigrants into American culture. He wrote, any man who says he is an American but something else also isn't an American at all. We have room for but one flag, the American flag. We have room for but one language, and that is the English language. And we have room for but one sole loyalty, and that is a loyalty to the American people. Roosevelt also stated his intention on preventing the United States from becoming a nation brought to ruins by a tangle of squabbling nationalities. And when we look at our country today, we see what he was referring to. As a side note, many modern progressives think that because Teddy Roosevelt called himself a progressive, that they must have similar political opinions. However, clearly that is not true. Moving on, though, it's also important to note that during this time, as it was through all of U.S. history to this point, almost all of the new immigrants were arriving from Europe. This time, the majority were coming from Southern and Eastern Europe, though Northern and Western Europe, as well as Canada, continued to make up a sizable portion. The Chinese Exclusion Act had also been passed in 1882, and it banned effectively all East Asian immigration. So, what are the main takeaways from this time period? The first is that, although the US was indeed allowing in new immigrants, it was only accepting them from specific parts of the world, mainly Europe. Secondly, it required that strict competency, financial, and moral standards be met by these new immigrants. Any suggestion that the United States just allowed anyone into the country during this time is the opposite of reality. Furthermore, and this is important, the US population was growing mostly from native births, not from new immigrants. In 1910, American women had a fertility rate of 3.4. To put that into perspective, the modern US fertility rate is 1.8, the lowest in its recorded history. As if everything so far wasn't bad enough for the Nation of Immigrants narrative, things get even worse for it in the 1920s. In 1924, Congress completely overhauled immigration. It established a quota system that would put hard caps on immigration and allow in new ones based on the demographics of the 1890 census. The main effect of this was that immigrants from Western Europe received the largest portion of the visas. What Congress had decided was to set a clear demographic path for the United States and its future. The U.S. Office of the Historian puts it thus: in all of its parts, the most basic purpose of the 1924 Immigration Act was to preserve the ideal of U.S. homogeneity. To Congress in the 1920s, it was common sense that genetic and cultural ties between people were the bedrock of prosperous nations. That sense is seemingly lost on many politicians and voters today. The quota system was ultimately very successful. Through both the 1930s and 40s, immigration stayed very low compared to previously. This low level made assimilation very easy.
They learned American literature, the American language, American history, American heroes. It is far more easy to assimilate if you had 1 million Englishmen coming into Virginia than if you had 1 million folks, 1 million Zulu from my friend Chief Buthelezzi's tribe.
By the 1950s, the U.S. Census showed that the demographics of the country were still very similar to what they were in the 1920s. The census found that the U.S. population was 87% non-Hispanic white, 10% black, while every other racial group made up just 3%. The country was also over 90% Christian, with 95% of those saying that religion was important in their lives. This highlights that for the previous 100 years, the immigrants had also been nearly entirely Christian. The 1952 McCarran-Walter Act continued the quota system. During this time, Congress was very concerned about communist subversion of the United States. Pat McCarran, the U.S. Senator from Nevada who helped create the act, argued thus in continuing the quota system. Today, as never before, untold millions are storming our gates for admission, and those gates are cracking under the strain. The solutions of the problems of Europe and Asia will not come through a transplanting of those problems en masse to the United States. If the enemies of this legislation succeed in riddling it to pieces or in amending it beyond recognition, they will have contributed more to promote this nation's downfall than any other group since we have achieved our independence as a nation. It's not hard to see why McCarran and the majority of Congress saw things this way. Throughout the 40s and 50s, U.S. state secrets were rampantly being stolen by espionage rings, and many of those spies were either immigrants or children of immigrants. One of the most infamous examples was the case of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. The couple, as well as a ring of other immigrant-connected spies, were convicted in 1951 of providing classified information to the Soviet Union. Some of this stolen information involved the Manhattan Project, and its acquisition by the Soviets allowed them to complete their atomic weapon years ahead of schedule. For their part in the plot, the Rosenbergs were executed by electric chair in 1953. The other conspirators all received lengthy prison sentences. This case of espionage was one of many that increased U.S. government scrutiny of foreigners for the rest of the 1950s. So, as the 1960s approached, the United States was still not a nation of immigrants in any meaningful way. Quotas had upheld the European and Christian character of the country, and even among those European immigrants, preference was given to the founding Western European stock. Native births had continued to drive the country's population increase, not immigration. The baby boom stands out as an example of this. So you may be thinking, wait a minute, how did the United States go from having strict quotas, mostly European Christian immigrants, and a Congress skeptical of foreigners, to the modern-day immigration system? In the modern-day immigration system, not only are there not quotas, but about 1 million immigrants enter the United States every single year from all over the world. The answer to this is the 1965 Immigration Act, or the Hart-Celler Act, signed into law by Lyndon B. Johnson. Now, covering this act really deserves its own video, but in summary, it established a new immigration system primarily based on family ties and employment preferences. It abolished all national origin qualifications to immigrate. That meant that the quota system was no more. One of its other most lasting effects was allowing new immigrants to sponsor their family members to also enter the country. This phenomenon is now called chain migration. At the time of its passage, the act was viewed as an extension of the Civil Rights Act, and even its proponents did not seem to expect it to change the United States demographics extremely. However, it did. In the 30 years following the act's passage, the number of legal immigrants entering the country more than tripled from the immigrants entering the previous 30 years. This does not even take into account countless illegal immigrants. But in any case, since 1965, no longer are Europeans the main source of U.S. immigrants. In fact, European countries are now towards the bottom of the list. In their place are countries like Mexico, China, India, and the Philippines. Mexico has been the largest source of immigration nearly every year since 1965, only being surpassed by India in 2017. This wild transformation was in part driven by economic factors. By the 1950s, the US and Europe had some of the highest standards of living in the entire world. Because of this, many Europeans no longer felt the need to immigrate to the United States. At the same time, the economic gap between the Western world and the Third World continued to increase. This caused many to scramble to take advantage of the US's new lax immigration policy. And to be clear, neither of these trends has changed in the last 60 years. Truthfully, the only similarity between immigrants before 1965 and immigrants now is that they're immigrants. The circumstances have entirely changed. A new immigrant to the United States in 2020 is offered welfare programs, public benefits, and a standard of living that immigrants arriving in the 1800s and early 1900s could only dream of. On top of this, new immigrants today are allowed to keep their citizenship to other countries. This has created some conflicts of interest, to say the least. When the historical record is taken in full, the United States is not a nation of immigrants. What the United States is a nation of settlers, of pioneers, of builders, and most importantly, of the American people. A unique people descended from their old world ancestors and developed through the trials and tribulations of building a new nation. And though the country has changed dramatically in the last 60 years of mass immigration, the truth of its roots remain the same. And we should acknowledge and protect these roots, even as forces attempt to change the United States into something unrecognizable from its past self. From a nation of Christians of European ancestry, into a nation in which both groups are declining as a portion of the population, though while our portion decreases, we shall endure, as will our history as long as brave souls are willing to protect it. And when the curtain is pulled back, those who would undermine these truths to peddle an ahistorical, pro-immigration narrative do not have the best interests of the American people or nation at heart. And now, with everything that's been presented to you in this video, you know the facts.